Hi there, everybody. Welcome to Roll with Advantage. And welcome to tonight's session of the Isles of Iverion. It's been a minute, but we are back with a full session ahead of us and a good time. I'm very excited for tonight's session. And hopefully by the midway point, we reach the city of Radiance, but we'll see. The one thing that I've learned from this group of individuals over the course of the time the campaign has been running is that they do enjoy their talkie talks to each other. So we'll see just how long that takes. Take your time, of course, but you know, be cool. We got in the city. All right, let's roll the intro. Hello there. We're back. So let's go ahead and dive in. As is tradition here on Roll with Advantage, I do not do the summary. No. I have my players do the summary. And this week on summary is River. So River, whenever you are ready, take it away.
Okay. It's long as per usual because we talk so fucking much. So Yuri goes into the mausoleum, having opted out of True Sight, and finds herself in the market of Wheat Hill. There she meets her mother and learns of a very different reality where her mother never died, her father never got stuck in the Feywild, and Yuri never left. However, the vision becomes kinda sinister, and Yuri escapes. She then finds herself with Mirka, one of the Forsaken, who figures out that the party are in the Astral Sea and paralyzes Yuri with poison, and tells her about plans to mass distribute it in candles. Yuri is able to escape and is greeted by her true spirit of a mother, who reassures her she never blamed her and loves her very, very much. The party all regroup after having taken part in their trials and are given the psionic compass. They're all super happy and victorious, and then they board the Valkyrie and shit isn't very victorious anymore, as there's this breaking glass sound and there's a massive crack in the sky. Ephron tells them that those cracks formed in his reality and signal that the wall keeping out the Dark One is weakening and he's making progress. Ephron warns them that the Forsaken are more powerful in the Astral Sea, and if the party encounters them, they should run. They then begin traveling to the city of Radiance. So on the ship, Lila bothers Ephron about wanting to try and find the light in Finch rather than killing him, and that a new approach is maybe what they need to win the war. Ephron acknowledges she might be right, but also is she willing to take the risk. Yorick also bothers Ephron about insights in fighting the Dark One in his reality and how they could use that to maybe win this war instead, since he's probably using broadly the same tactics. Zevran bothers Yuri about Asmodeus and how to counter his abilities. Yuri bothers Zevran back about who he might potentially have a crush on in the party. Twig and Yorick talk about what they saw in the mausoleum, and during these talks, Yorick kind of confuses Twig by saying that he still wants to help her, but maybe was looking at it in the wrong light, but is still going to do the same thing, but is like looking at it differently, and Twig is very confused, but accepts the help anyway. And he gives her this really adorable little miniature scarf that is like a promise to have her back, which is adorable. Belle also talks to Yorick about seeking guidance about what she should do in the fight and using her sword, and they also do paintings. Yuri talks to Belle and Lila about the crush and tries to get insight, but inevitably makes the entire thing worse. And Blossom talks to Twig and encourages her to use the safe place in her mind to combat the anxiety, something that Blossom had taught to her son in times of stress. I think that covered everything. But yeah, they're on their way to the city of Radiance, and they should be there soon.
I think that sounds hunky-dory. Thank you, River. Wonderful job.
Welcome.
So let's go ahead and dive into the Astral Sea as we move all of you to the correct location here. Oh wait, I can remove that. I'm just gonna share this real quick because I forgot that I had it. I forgot that I made a token for the people in the Astral Sea, or like the hidden flame that you guys are friends with. It's right now.
That's a flame. Oh my.
Perfect.
Oh god,
I remember that.
that's hilarious. Let me go ahead and.
I think you should
The
keep it.
rest
Oh.
look so cool. What the fuck?
There you go. No, I fixed it. So just real quick, right at the top. So let's go ahead and let's set the tone with Astral Sea Exploration playlist. There we go. The churning of the magical world around you. So real quick, I just wanted to say that the Hidden Flame now have an official character sheet in here that you guys can interact with. I know you're not taking them into the City Radiance, so that's not the plan, but I still wanted you to be aware of the abilities that they have. So same as how Danny and Trouble work together as a duo, the Hidden Flame, they work together as a trio. So they've grown so close together that they operate as one unit. So there is for the three individuals, let's see, Rice, Kaylin, and Phelan. Pretty much you can do 2 of the 3 of them, right? You can activate 2 of the 3 things at any time. So like Kaylin with her bow can attack. Kaylin is an arcane archer. So any one of the 4 arcane archer feats she can use down below in features. Kaylin, being the artificer, he has an elixir that he can use once per action as well. So they technically have 2 actions if you want to look at it that way. And that elixir can be applied to somebody else. So pretty much he can take the potion, he can toss it to somebody else for them to be able to take. And then finally, Rice himself has spells. Same as how Keothi has in the Salamander Coast. She has like 1 of each spell level. Rice has the same thing. So he has Message and Ray of Frost at will, but then he also has Shield, Misty Step, Melfs, Minute Meteors, Greater Invisibility, Synaptic Snap, and Disintegrate. Yes, Rice is ready to fight. So there is that. Obviously, you know, you can still take whoever you wanted to, but I just wanted to let you know of those features and those abilities, depending on what you wanted to do, right? Okie dokie. So there's that. So let's go ahead and dive right in. So picking up right where we left off, the last thing we had gone through was a very sweet and short conversation between Twig and Blossom. Now, as that conversation is finishing up and the Astral Sea churns around you, the different magical creatures floating past the ship, there's one thing that all of you notice immediately, right? As soon as Twig, you and Blossom finish your conversation, all of you are meandering either above deck or just below, and you hear Ephron say to everybody that's on deck, he says, I need all of you to
Not
maintain.
your voice mod isn't working.
No, what, dude?
Sorry.
No, thank you for
Couldn't
letting
stop
me
you
know,
if you got
though.
too far.
Why is that not working? What?
Don't know. Because I'm here now.
What about now?
No.
No. Just have someone else tell us. No, I'm just kidding.
I scream!
Maybe he's feeling a bit sick, so he just sounds like a normal human, you know?
I scream!
He's like, I apologize for how terrible my voice sounds right now. And it's like beautiful. It's like, what the fuck?
Is
This is
this,
the most normal you ever sound.
is this, what is this? Is this
Say
Your
nothing.
voice.
still, this is still my voice?
Are you using
Yeah.
the right mic in Discord?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Bestie, I don't think it's working. We'll live. It's
Because
okay.
this is like my microphone.
Yeah,
Yes.
This is Voice Mod's microphone.
yeah, voice mod's like muted, big dog.
And this is like Voice Mod with a voice that's still not working?
Nope.
We can just pretend.
Yeah.
I don't want to pretend.
We can do that.
I pay a premium monthly
Oh
for voice mod. The only thing I can think to do is
Become a robot. Alien. Guy.
Do you have like a fan? I have a fan to speak.
That's funny.
It's like basically the same effect, right? No. We can't even hear you, mate. Okay.
He's turning it off and then turning it back
It's a lot
on.
of-
Seems
Oh,
like.
okay.
There we go.
Yeah.
See, I'm really bad. I can't.
That's
listen.
that
I can't
IT
do any
brain
of that
at
shit.
work.
Yep.
Turn it off
No,
and on.
I can read lips now. Apparently, it
Got
wasn't
that
all
Alright,
the hand
is this-
gestures. Yep,
is this working?
Well, this is just your
That's your
voice.
it's just your voice.
Is this okay? Well, I had it selected on something, so I'm assuming that this isn't working either.
No.
No.
Sauce fan.
Last thing, and then I'll give up. I promise. I'm so incredibly sorry for all this. So really, truthfully, I am. It's honestly
I can't. 'cause
Joe, the overlay.
a great tragedy. I know.
Oh god, we're all pitch black.
It's
my
absolutely
skull.
tragic.
Oh no.
broke it all.
What'll we do?
Okay.
Oh god.
All right. Output. Cool. All right, I think everything should be fixed now, at least in terms of the overlay. Nope. No, because I don't have my camera on. That's what it is. There we go. And is this working?
No.
It's your
No.
voice.
That's awesome. Okay,
Also,
Doofus.
the Yuri and Nal photos are gone from the overlay.
they're there now.
Oh, there they are.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right. Well, that's fine then.
We can
It's okay. We can use our imagination.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just role play it. You know. That's what the cool
You
kids
can
do.
send an angry email to them later.
You're an actor, Joe. I believe in you.
Yeah, man. Put those years of hard work to work.
Yes, what Gemma said exactly.
Well said.
Yeah, so as all of you are going about your the things that you're doing on the ship, you can hear Ephron quickly shout out quiet towards all of you as he points up into the sky, and you can see floating in the distance, very far in the distance, you can see this massive creature. Probably about the size of one of the major islands in the City of Corpses. This creature that is just slowly floating in your direction. You can see that it has hundreds of beady black eyes all across its face, this like scaly chitinous skin that covers it entirely, that ends in this pointed tendril like a snake, but it has these massive claws that hang off of the front of its body. And you can see it just slowly begin to float in your direction. Now, those of you that are more, we'll say, proficient in Arcana or History, so definitely Lila and Zevran would recognize that, but this is an astral dreadnought. As you can see, it just slowly close and floats towards you. You can see the massive creature getting closer and closer and closer, and as it does, its scale continues to grow. This monstrous entity. You can see eventually it is right on top of the ship, and it is like a blackout where the ship, the Valkyrie, is completely covered in shadow as this creature's underbelly just barely coasts above you. You can see that massive creature just floats by and then floats off into the distance. And once it is a safe distance away, you can see Zevran. He sort of looks towards the orrery of the Wanderer, where any of the components you've received so far have been installed, and he says, "So, well then it's good to know that the threads of fate are working then. Huh. So, I'm assuming then, Ephron, if we wouldn't have had those..." And you can see Ephron nod in response, and Zephyrin goes, "All right. Well, it's a good call, getting those first. Very good call."
Good brave face, bud, and Yorick will just slap him on the back.
He'll smile.
You're telling me
Thumbs
you
up.
don't want to fight that thing? It'd be fun, right?
I don't.
I don't.
I feel like we do have enough to worry about as is.
I would agree.
I
That sentiment.
I think the least amount of complication we can have here is probably for the best.
Now, if I bet I can kill one before you can.
You want to try me?
Hell yeah.
Please don't.
I like to think that's where that conversation ends.
No, that's too good. Okay. Alrighty.
Please don't for me.
So, with that, you can see the Astral Dreadnought pass, but luckily, all of you are safe. Okay. Man. So, with that, the Astral Dreadnought having passed, one of the major things you had been searching for, those threads of fate, knowing that they do work, so it gives you some confidence for the rest of the items in your possession to also work. So now I know that for a brief duration, last session, Kayla, you were not here. So my question to you is, over the course of these 3 days that it's taking to get to the city of Radiance, was there anything in particular you wanted Nalfian to do during that time?
Yes. Yeah. He probably would have, like, on the same day that they got back from the mausoleum, he probably would have pulled Twig aside to have, like, a brief conversation with her.
Okay.
That whole thing was a lot for him, but in a strangely beneficial way. So I think, kind of weirdly enough, coming out of it, he would have kind of asked if they could have a quick conversation.
I just, that's totally cool. I'm totally fine at that. But you want to know why voice mod wasn't working?
Oh, yeah.
Because there's 3 little sliders down at the bottom. One says hear myself, one says background effects, and one says voice changer. So if you don't have the voice changer slid to the side, when I go to click on Turian, I don't sound like Ephron, but as soon as I enable voice changer, you know what I sound like?
He's back.
I sound like Ephron. So that's cool. All right.
Yeah.
Awesome. Anyway, Nalfian, you wanted to do something with Twig. So on that first day, Gemma, what do you think Twig would have been doing maybe a few hours after leaving the mausoleum?
I mean, I feel like I already, I feel like she ended up having a talk with someone else on that day. I don't know if it was before or after, but we'll just say, she would very much just be in that kind of lower area where the, bunks are, and she's just gonna have her little Kingdom's Castles deck, you know, just doing it as that kind of like routine thing. I think especially if it's the same day, it's like kind of in that part of just like, you know, a comfort thing, like doing it like as a repetitive thing of just like, you know, this is fine, you know, and just going over those cards because, you know, they're her happy place. Like, fuck everything Blossom did that last session. That's her happy place. Just
The cards.
Kings and Castles cards, yeah. So yeah, she'll just be, you know, starting the heart of the cards. Just, you know, always on that grind.
Nalfin would probably walk in smile to himself because he knows at the end of this conversation he's gonna get his ass beat. But he'll approach and he'll kind of sit down across from her. Oh, and begin to battle her. You doing alright?
I think I am. You?
Surprisingly, yeah. Yeah, this was... In a very strange way, I think I needed to see that. I think I got what I needed from that.
Did you talk to them then? I mean, I imagine, right?
Yeah, I did. I got to say a lot of what I've been meaning to say for a while. And I got to hear some things that I didn't think I ever would, and I feel good. I just wanted to take a time to thank you.
I don't think I really did that much. I mean, I wasn't there. None of us were there, I guess, for each other, so...
No. Twig, you've always been here. Whether you knew it or not, I don't think I would have had the strength I needed to do any of that if it wasn't for you. Because you've always believed in me, and you never looked at me with fear or judgment, and you gave me a chance when I didn't think I deserved one. You wouldn't stop pestering me, even when I tried to give you the cold shoulder a few times.
Well, I didn't... Well, I guess it was a good pestering.
It was a good pestering.
Right.
No, Thank you for helping me be the man that I wanted to be. I think that sometimes you need to understand that you are way more influential than you think you are, in a positive way.
I do mean it, though, when I say that. I don't think I really should or can take credit for a lot of that. I mean, I think that man that you are now, that you're wanting to be, I think he was always there. I think he was just a little bit lost.
Well, I'm glad that I had someone to help me find me again.
Well, I'm glad he's here now then, I guess.
I am too. And I wanted to say this to you because I wanted you to know that, and I wanted you to know that going forward, whatever it is, not that this has ever been different, but for the first time in a long time, my mind is clear and focused, and I can see the path ahead of me so vividly, and I want you to know that I'm here. And together, House Forrester is going to be complete again, and I'm gonna do whatever I can to help you with that. And
I hope it happens.
I know it will happen. I believe in you and I trust you. I just want you to believe in you the way I do.
Well, I don't know. I guess I should thank you, too. I don't think we're where I am now would have happened if it wasn't for you either. And I mean, beyond just the fact that, you know, you're my knight now and everything that you've done and helped with for that as well, I think it's certainly more than that. And I think it's true as well. I don't think I could have done nearly half of it if you weren't there. And so, I guess I want you to know I'm thankful for that too.
Well, it's a good thing we're stuck with each other then, right?
Well, I guess you are kind of sworn to me now, so...
Oh, man. While we're here, Sir Doofencockle, so, like, while we're on the subject of...
Oh, you want to change that to being your actual title? I mean, that can work. It would make it a little bit less confusing than having two Foresters.
Gonna give her a hug. Maybe we can reconsider and talk about this at another time. I just wanted to throw it out there that if you had any other titles that were more...
Well, I don't think it's very knightly to go against your lady.
You see this? This is my fault still. I can recognize it every time it happens, that this is my fault.
I would like to throw in that as soon as you finished saying that, she gave a Nalfian grin back at Nalfian.
Yeah, he could feel it. And he'll just give her a little kiss on the top of her head and give her a hug, begrudgingly. Alright, I'm ready to lose. Let's play.
Well, of course, said Doofencockle.
He just sighs and he sits down.
You see, Danny walks up, shoots you're about to start playing,
please.
and he's like, he looks at the cards, and he looks at Twig, and he looks at you, Nalfian, and he's like,
Do you want to play?
No, I'll watch, because very rarely do I get to watch Nalfian get his,
Careful what you say.
I would be most honored to watch Nalfian get himself handed to himself. That'd be very exquisite.
Yeah, training for you is gonna be real rough
Well-
in the morning, friend.
Well, I will say, I mean, as Sir Doofencockle's squire, it is only appropriate that you spectate the game and perhaps assist him in his moves. He does need it.
Nalfian is just staring daggers into Danny right now.
Am I not supposed to laugh at my honorable lady's jokes?
Oh.
I give permission to laugh.
Sir Doofencockle. Oh. You can
It
see.
is, after all, his name and title.
We're working on it. It is a work in progress.
Tiberius walks by and like pats
No, there was-
Danny on the shoulder and is like, "It'd really be better if you stop."
No, you see, York said this really pretty badass thing at the night tournament about the Knight of Thorns. I mean, I would love to go with something like that.
Said you
Yeah, but-
Doofencockle, the Knight of Thorns.
Yeah, but you don't have any thorns.
No, but you see that
You got that like you got that bracelet, the bracer that's got some leaves on it.
And they're vines.
There's no thorns
And
though.
Okay, but they're sharp and they protect flowers. It's like
Is it
play on
supposed to?
words.
So it's like a metaphor.
I
Danny,
think it
please
is.
stop talking.
Yeah, man.
Oh, thanks, Yorick.
No.
Fucking everyone's here.
Well, the whole of the
party
ship,
epic.
everybody can hear this conversation that's happening. Even Ephron's who at the helm, like.
He loves us.
Yeah.
Now, as he's playing, he just has one hand on Danny's shoulder. And it's just squeezing
Ow.
a little too hard.
Ow. I'm a raccoon. I got brittle bones. You can't do that.
Mm.
Don't be confused by all the muscle, all right? The bones are fragile.
All right.
All right. Anyway.
UI.
So that happens on the first day. We have a few more conversations sprinkled in between then. To the end of the second day, right? On the middle of the third day is when you'll arrive in the city of Radiance. So in that second day, which is where we ended right about, it would have been about the middle of the second day when Twig and Eurydice had their, Twig and Blossom had their conversation. So from the middle of the second day, this is now every conversation that happened last session has happened. Is there anything else anybody wanted to do on this last afternoon before tomorrow when you arrive in the city of Radiance?
I had one thing, but I don't have to be first if anyone else has like a pressing thing they need to do.
Go for it.
All right. Lila's gonna find Nalfian. I imagine it's later in the day of that when there's no sun.
Is this a training day, Nalfian?
Every day is a training day. What do you mean?
So when Lila finds Nalfian, is Danny getting it right now? Is he getting his?
Danny's struggling because we're in the middle of burpees and he is falling behind.
My legs are too short. Please, I'm gonna die.
Up. That is not enough height. Yes, Joe, do a burpee right now.
That's Danny's burpee. He kind of like puts his hands on his knees and then he stands up straight and like.
Nalfian has done like 5 in the matter of Danny's 1.
Yeah. Lila will. Is this like on like the deck?
Yeah.
Then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Lila will approach this beautiful scene. Oh, but it looks like he needs a break. Do you need a break right now, Nalfian? Because I have something I could maybe potentially talk to you about.
Danny already starts walking away.
5 minutes. That's it.
All right, 5 minutes.
Okay.
That's
out first. Lila?
If there's nobody else up on the upper deck right now,
Mm-hmm.
they could just walk to the is it the helm, the front of the ship? So,
That's the bow.
the bow! We'll go to the bow, the very front. And she'll like kind of keep her voice down a little bit and be like, well, how are you? First of all, how has everything since the mausoleum been?
I mean, honestly, Lila, doing great. I was telling Twig the other day, I feel as though this is the most focused I've been in a while, the best I've felt in a long time. I feel good.
I'm really glad to hear that. On a completely different topic, I have an issue.
He folds his hands over his chest. All right.
So remember how like a few Astral Sea days ago, you were telling me that you think that Zevran might like me? Well,
Nothing like looks over his shoulder, make sure he's not standing there.
yeah. So, well, I do think I like Zevran. But you know, there's a lot going on, and there's way more important things happening. But yesterday, or earlier today, Eurydice came to ask me what I thought of Zevran. And I didn't want to tell her how I actually felt because you two kind of just ended things and things have just been very emotional for her. So I just said, like, he's fine, you know, like he's just somebody. And also, like, I don't know if anything's going to happen with it, blah, 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 you know, XYZ. But then she got really uncomfortable. And I'm worried that she also has feelings for Zevran. And, I don't know what to do about that. If I even need to. Maybe I shouldn't do anything. I didn't know. I just know you have been in the thick of it with Eurydice's emotions before, so I just wanted to get your thoughts and opinions on how I should handle this. Because she's like my best friend, and I don't want to do anything to hurt her, but also, like, what if Zevran likes her? And then...
Alright, let's back it up like 8 steps. First, breathe.
Okay.
a deeper breath than that. Alright. Here's what I know. I think he very much likes you. I think he's, no offense, looks like someone who probably hasn't been in a lot of relationships in his life. Probably doesn't know how to approach these feelings.
Are you sure? This guy is fine. Are we talking about the same guy?
Yes.
Oh,
Just because someone's good looking doesn't mean they know how to talk to people.
Well, he is like a noble. He kind of knows how to talk to people. Or do you mean like in a different way?
I mean, in a way that is expressing how he actually feels. Has he
Okay.
tripped over his words around you? Does he have a hard time meeting you eye to eye?
Not necessarily. He seems pretty calm. I feel like, if I'm being perfectly honest, I think I'm the one that's more nervous around him, which is not like me normally when I'm around somebody that I like. It's just
Maybe
a little
that's
different.
Well, different isn't bad. That could be a good thing. I think that the two of you should maybe just be honest with each other. If there's anything that I have learned, especially recently, is being honest from the beginning is going to get you a lot farther. But I've seen the way that he has passed glances at you, Lila. I feel as though there is a very strong something happening here. I don't see him looking at Eurydice the way that he looks at you. I think maybe there's some wires just getting crossed. When it comes to Eurydice, I don't... Maybe it's because of everything that has happened, I can't see. Especially if she has a feeling about you and Zevran, I don't think she would want to cross that line. But maybe you should also be honest with her. So she can, you know, help put the two of you together if that's what you want, or... If she's your best friend, don't you think she deserves to know?
But she's going through a lot right now. I don't know. And I'm going through a lot right now. I just don't know if it's the right time for either, but...
How about this? Why don't you put it all out of your mind for now? This is something that I've talked to Eurydice about recently. Relationships right now
Are a bad idea.
Yes. They get messy. They get complicated. And right now our focus is on what we have to do. And, you know, with Zevran, give it some time, you might discover that you need to get to know him more. You gotta see the thick of battle, how he reacts. Put him in complicated situations where he has to make difficult choices. Do you always like the choices that he makes? Will he like the choices that you make? You gotta see how the two of you connect on a different level in different ways. So maybe spend between now and throughout us traveling the city of Radiance to see how the two of you get on. And go from there. No one says you have to make a decision right now.
Yeah. I don't know. I think we need to get out of the astral sea before my head's actually clear. There's just more than just the city of Radiance. You know?
You have a big decision coming up yourself. And you're gonna be facing a lot here soon. I think, again, being honest with yourself and your feelings is always important, but I also think you're right. I think you just need time. Let sleeping dogs lie. And give it some space.
Right. And I'm, like I said, I'm not as worried about the Zevran situation. It's more, I just don't know what's going on with Eurydice.
I think she's still... kind of rubs the back of his neck. I think she's still figuring things out for herself right now. I think maybe there's just... again, some crossed wires, some mixed signals happening because of what she's trying to recover from, I guess. This is the best way I can put it. I think what she needs right now and what you need right now is friendship. You guys were friends before all of this. Maybe she just needs her best friend.
Yeah.
Sorry if that wasn't the best advice.
No, it's hard, you know? Being there for everybody here, not just Eurydice, but just like, how do you be there for somebody with these huge everyone's lives altering situations, and then there's the small stuff.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, it's hard to be the rock when you are crumbling under your own weight. You gotta hold everyone else up. It's okay to take a break sometimes, Lila. It's okay to not have to always be the one holding it all together around here.
sure. Okay, that sounds great. Thank
Are
you.
you gonna actually listen to what I said?
I mean, I heard everything.
Yeah. Alright.
I'm gonna be fine, and I'm gonna take your advice. It's gonna be great, right? Because that's how it works.
He's looking at her unconvinced.
She's not trying to be convincing. So,
Is there anything I can do?
I don't know. I just needed to talk through it, I guess. Because it just feels so silly, like, with, like, everything else going on, you know? It just feels so silly.
Yes. Yes, it does. So leave it be.
Right.
You want me to brush your hair or something?
It's okay. You're fine.
I don't know. Alright.
You can get
just know
back to
that's-
torturing Danny. It's okay.
All right, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Alright,
Let's go. Let's come on. Let's get this over with. Oh, okay.
I think you have to meet 50 in the next 2 minutes. Let's go!
The dramatic way the camera lifted with your face. For Danny.
Danny's gonna look at you, Nalfian. He's gonna turn away from you, and he's gonna start walking towards the edge of the ship. And
Oh my God.
you see him grab onto the railing, and he just puts a leg over the railing, and he's like, "This is up to you, all right?"
Malfoy just gives him a look.
He gets back from behind the railing and walks back over to you.
Seriously, Lila, though, if you need anything, even if it's just someone to listen,
Thank
it'll
you.
be okay. You're welcome.
Thanks. You too. I
You can
promise.
do some burpees if you want.
I'm okay, you know?
You're
I do
not.
self-care in many different ways.
Okay.
Are you sure?
Yeah, Danny, actually, if you want to do some self-care days with me, we could, like, you know, pamper your claws. We can make sure your coat's looking really nice.
Alvian, please.
Alright.
Thank
Go
you.
on.
Thank you.
Come on.
He's gonna grab your hand like a child.
Oh, that's so cute. We're gonna get him a nice little bath with bubbles and things.
I don't know where
On
on the
this
ship, but
I don't know. Well, he's small, right? So we can just get a barrel with hot
It's
water.
adorable.
you just got a wet
Bell's
raccoon in the
helping.
bottom of the ship now.
Bell's helping. We're just like doing the. I imagine it's like
Wait,
the
could
Mulan
have
scene.
road trick to get more room, you know? Have a like nice little private.
Exactly. It's a spa.
There you go. There you go. And then if we can have a
Oh
spa
my God.
day.
Yorick will activate his
that.
hammer and just put it under the barrel to warm it up.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Oh, holy
Spa day, let's
shit.
go.
Mhm.
Everyone get in the rope trick. It lasts like an hour or some shit.
I can't wait for one of you to get what is that spell? Magnificent Mansion or Mordenkainen's Magnificent Mansion.
Mhm.
It's gonna be a
That'd
game
great.
changer. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. So conversation finishes up. And the evening continues on. Now Before we get to the end of the evening, I think there was a couple of other things people wanted to do. As things are winding down and people are starting to spend a little bit more alone time, they are starting to quiet down a fair bit. Twig, you can see that someone approaches you. Somebody that you had not anticipated to talk to at all, let alone anytime soon. You see the Oracle approach you. And as she approaches you, you can see those tendrils of thread that sort of hang out of her face away from her eyes, just fading out into the area around her as she looks towards you. You can see the tendrils, they extend in your direction. And till she's about 2 or 3 feet away from where you're sitting. And she says,
Twig, would you mind if I speak with you for just a moment?
That's okay. Is there something I can help you with?
It is something I wish to help you with.
Oh. Okay.
In the world we exist in now, the one that you can see, I know that you wear runes on you, correct?
That is correct.
What do they mean to you?
Well, I mean, they're not all the same. They all are different, I suppose. But I guess, to put it simply, they're... Well, I like to think that they're like wards that they protect, I guess.
Interesting. What do you think they protect you from?
I guess the future, I suppose. And, well, hopefully some of the bad things that could happen. And, I don't know, hopefully encourage good things to come.
When you say you believe they protect you from the future, have you ever wondered what is in store for you? Twig, I will not lie to you. These past nights, my mind has been filled to bursting with visions.
About the future?
and you can see that for the majority of this conversation, her eyes have been around you, right? Just in the general direction of your voice, maybe looking at your chin or your forehead or like past you, right? Never making what feels like eye contact. But in that moment, her eyes lock into yours.
About your future. About the fate of your home.
So, are you able to then tell me what you've seen? It's not bad, right?
If you would allow me, I will show you. There's no need for me to tell you. All you need to
Okay.
do is take my hand and remember These are visions. They cannot hurt you.
So it is bad then, and she'll be like reaching her hand out.
Not all. But in all futures, all people experience woe and weal. Never just one or the other.
And as you grab her hand, you can see those wispy pieces of thread. They begin to make contact with your eyes. And they don't it's not aggressive. It's not anything you can feel. It is like the sensory of you can just feel like stimulation in your brain, like a feather at your brainstem, just tickling your neck, and you can feel it crawling under your skin. It's not invasive. It's not aggressive. But there is sensation. And eventually your vision goes black. And it fades to white. As you can see, images begin to come clear. You can see a beautiful, luscious green forest all around you, with plants and animals that you have never seen before. Plants that seem to sing the most beautiful songs you've ever heard, and animals that majesty is unmatched by anything you've ever seen. This beautiful grove, hundreds, if not thousands of knights stand in this grove. And you can see you stand next to Nalfian. He stands tall and proud, wearing armor covered in thorns and roses and bramble. And where once he wore leathers that were studded, now it is this incredibly flexible bark that protects him. You can see the two of you stand there. As you see from this lake in front of you, a woman rises. Beautiful, comforting but frightening. She gestures towards Nalfian, and he walks into the water until he's fully submerged. Your vision leaves you at that point and follows Nalfian. You don't hear any of the words that are spoken. You hear, it's all warbled. But you see the two of them speak. You see Nalfian mouth the words, "I wish." And your vision fades once again. As your vision comes back to you, you see that you sit at the front of a caravan of soldiers. Nalfian saddled next to you, Yorick on the other side, and Lila and Eurydice flanking each one of them. The five of you lead a train of soldiers, knights of the realm. The verdant green fields around you shift to dark, desolate, corrupted nature. You hear screaming. There is a volley of magic. You can see bolts impact, not just the soldiers traveling behind you, but your companions as well. Some of them knocked down as the fighting begins. It's a blur. It's messy. Eventually, darkness grows over your vision. As when your vision comes to you again, you see a keep entirely covered in this noxious red and green and black corruption. Creatures covered in fungus march throughout the halls. All of your companions stand near you. They all made it through the last fight, but they're hurt. They are bloodied. But somehow you stand unscathed. You're not sure how, but you do. You can see they walk with you they dispatch of the fungus creatures. And you can see at the edge of this keep sits this massive, writhing growth. Living. Not naturally, this is undeath. But it is undeath. Unlike anything you've seen with House Markle, it is vile. It turns your stomach. The air around you is sour. And almost like a spore blossoming. You see a woman emerge. One that you've seen very, very recently. Morchella. One of the Forsaken. You can see the same fungal-like creatures that were just destroyed rise again. Your allies strike them down again and again and again and again, but they keep returning. Until eventually, one by one, your allies fall. Till only you stand. In that moment, as you look over the carnage, as you stand alone, Twig, you look to the corruption and you run for it. Everything you've tried and everything you've learned goes into it in an attempt to cleanse that corruption. But in that moment, as you charge towards it, your vision cuts, fades to black. As your vision in the Valkyrie returns to you, and the Oracle looks upon you and says, I know not if the visions I see are destined to be true, or if they can be changed. But what you find yourself going into, you and your companions saved me. I am not a great warrior, but I have seen what I have seen, and I hope it arms you with the knowledge you need to have a better chance.
And that's all you're able to see? Only the middle of things? No endings?
All
Do
I
you
know,
normally get endings? Is it possible?
and you can see she kind of furrows her brow a bit, and at that point the eye contact is broken as she continues just sort of looking in your general direction. Endings are tricky. Most people think that the life we live is a predetermined set of events. That regardless of what we do, the weave will unravel in the way that it wishes. And there's nothing we can do. But as someone who has been gifted with foresight, I know that is not the case. Anything I see is not set in stone. I see them in threads. And threads can be woven into whatever pattern or shape you wish them to be. I do not wish to see you and your friends fail or fall. I do not know what can be done to shift this weave. But all I do know is that no ending is set in stone until it is here. You can still change. The ending is not determined.
And what about the things that you have seen? I mean, as I understand, you've you've seen visions before, and you've, I assume, seen how they actually play out. How often are they different?
Her lack of a response gives you your answer. But after a few moments of silence, she does say,
"What I will tell you, for most people, they have no chance of changing the events that I see. But I want you to know something about my story. For many, many years, I sat alone, banished from my home. I looked into my future 100,000 times and saw nothing. But then one day, all of you arrived. And my fate changed. There are those that move the pattern around it. They are not bent to its will.
And I suppose the fate you see for yourself now, is it better? I suppose.
I have seen two paths that have been laid before me. One is incredibly tempting. It is a path of vengeance and harm, to dethrone those that were so cruel to me. Then there is another, a life of peace and prosperity. But it costs great things. I do not know which I will travel, because I have not been presented with the choice yet. The best I can do is continue to live my life to the best of my ability. And when the path presents it, then I can make a decision. Then I can try and change fate.
But forgive me, but wasn't trying to change fate what got you stranded in the first place?
In part, I suppose. But I stand by in truth. It was the gods' jealousy. I saw them try to dethrone me in my vision, and so then I tried to resist. But maybe, Twig, I am not someone that fate bends around. Maybe I am set in the path that I am meant to choose. But I do not see that for you.
Okay, well, I don't know, I guess. Thank you, at least for sharing the visions.
If I see anything more, I will tell you.
Please.
You can see that. I think that entire time she probably never let go of your hand. But she'll give the hand one more squeeze. And then unless there's anything else, she will get up and walk away.
Yeah, I mean, she'll let it. I imagine that's going to be something that Twig gets in her head about for a hot minute after it's happened, so yeah.
Alrighty. So, as the Oracle walks away from Twig, evening begins to fall. Well, it would if you were in the material plane. Instead, you maybe get a little sleepy as you ready yourselves for rest. Now, as that happens, is there anything else anybody wanted to do on the final evening? So you'll have tomorrow morning, but tomorrow afternoon you will be arriving in the city of Radiance.
Yeah, I have a really dumb thing I want to try.
Hell yeah. Love dumb things.
Love that for me. Where's Danny?
I guess taking a bath right now, I guess is what he's doing.
Yeah.
Okay, it is in the
level bath.
It is in the evening. I'd say that he maybe got done, maybe an hour ago. So he's in his cot right now, just like,
You okay? You seem really tired.
You know that stuff that wiggles? It's like jiggly, but it's colorful. It's really sweet. It's like water, but
I'm so confused at what you're talking about.
It's food. It's a food. And it's colorful.
Jelly?
Yeah. It's what I feel like right now.
Okay, well good, because I had an idea.
Yeah.
Okay, turn over so you're lying on your front.
Okay.
Okay, I've been wanting to do this for fucking ages. I'm gonna use Ring of the Grammarian.
Okay.
And I'm gonna change the spell message to massage.
Okay. You see. Oh, Eurydice, I didn't realize it.
I'm over here. I'm not touching you.
Okay.
It's a spell though.
Oh wow, this is nice. Hey, raccoon could get used to this,
Well, it seemed like Nafium was being a little harsh, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, yes. Hope that helps because he can be a bit difficult with the training. I also just really wanted to see if that would work. I had no idea if that was gonna have a good result or a bad result.
Hey, you know what? It's good. It's good. Yeah.
Alright. Okay, good to know. Alright. Good night. She leaves.
Okay. So message only lasts for 6 seconds. So it's like a 6-second massage. Yeah, because it's like an instantaneous message.
Oh fuck. Yeah, well, I mean it lasted long enough.
It's okay. You do it 2 or 3 times, and eventually he falls asleep as you're walking away.
Wonderful. Okay, cool. I didn't know if that was gonna work.
Okay. That's great. See, I love stupid things. That was awesome. Alrighty. So, we end the second day. Unless there was anything anybody else wanted to do? Nope. Okay. So, in your rest, as all of you head to sleep, for the first time in a while, everyone's rest is not uninterrupted.
Is not
What?
uninterrupted?
So it is
Wait, what?
interrupted.
So it is, yeah.
Yeah, it is interrupted. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Oh,
guess
okay.
because we've been having a lot of good peaceful sleeps. Yeah,
Yeah.
that checks out. Okay.
Yeah,
Look, everything's
yeah.
fucky. Let's go.
So, as all of you settle in for rest, one of you you can feel your eyes slowly begin to open, Yorick. As you open your eyes from your rest, and you can see you are no longer in the ship. You are in an echo of the halls of the witness. It is shadow and green flame that illuminates the entire area. The walls and braziers, the candelabras, the floors, everything is made from this wispy threads of green fire. As you stand there, you can see 3 statues illuminate with life. As you see the 3 familiar faces of the Wild Hunt. As they look to you, there is a look of happiness to see you as they begin to speak.
Yorick, I must say, High Hunter, we are proud that you have finally been able to make connection. For a time we were getting worried, in all honesty. But your connection in the Astral Sea had weakened your connection to us. The mausoleum gave us an in, but we're glad that the connection has been re-strengthened, hardened. But this meeting is not specifically for happy reasons.
Oh.
We have your next task, High Hunter, as we know that you head to the city of Radiance for the weapon we told you of. The weapon will be able to change the course of fate, it will. But you must ask yourself, dear High Hunter, are you strong enough to wield it?
I mean, are we talking physically or like mentally or spiritually or in what, or both? All? You're asking about all.
All 3 of them sort of look to each other and then look back to you.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, it's been a hard road, right? And I mean, and I won't know until I get it. But I trust that things have been working out so far, you know? And I think they're going to continue to. I got some good people with me. I think they make me better. I think I make them better. And I mean, I think we're doing the best we can right now. So yeah, I think I'm up for it. And if you're here just to tell me I'm not, that's pretty rude.
We trust in your abilities, High Hunter, of course we do. But it's important for us to hear it from you. A belief in oneself is typically all the strength we need to make it to the end of the day. But belief from those around us also makes a large difference. In this task, you will need the help of your companions. It is very different from the last time. No secrecy this time around. You will need to work together to achieve this weapon and to accomplish this job. Is that something you feel as though is possible?
Yeah. I think these guys... I think we'd do anything for each other.
Very good. The thing you need to know immediately. The City of Radiance. There are 5 leaders in the city. 5 individuals that control it. not out of respect, out of fear. The 5 individuals that hold the most power are the strongest. Anyone else has failed in overthrowing them. But there is one individual whose magic and power we believe to be sought out by the Dark One. This individual must be killed. His name is Castael. Castael was exiled from the high heavens for his experimentation and tampering and consumption of mortal flesh. A rather grotesque angel. He still wields a great deal of power, but he has many enemies within the city. Many enemies that we think may align with your cause. You will know this weapon when you see it. This weapon may deliver the final blow to Castael. It mainly depends on how you choose to approach the situation. You are a smart one, Yorick. Rather clever, I like to think. So, is there anything that you wish to ask that you think is appropriate for us to tell you? Remember, you were named High Hunter for a reason. Ask wisely.
I mean, you said the Dark One's reaching out to this guy. Do you know if contact has been made yet, or is it just suspicion right now?
As of right
No
now,
offense.
we believe it to be suspicion. Due to what he has been capable of in the past, or what they have been capable of in the past, we believe that he is a primary target. This individual could be a great asset to the Dark One. An angel with knowledge of Celestia and the high heavens. But in the hands of the Father of Lies, that would not be good.
Right. And you said he's one of the 5 leaders. How do the other 4 feel about him?
None of them have any love for the other. They're all competitors to one another. They call themselves the 5 Pillars. And they are just that. 5 pillars that stand separate of one another that support nothing. Knock one pillar down. The rest will stay standing.
That is good to know. All right. I think that's enough for me to go off of.
The last
We'll let you
thing
down.
you should know, High Hunter, is these pillars that stand at the center of the city. Some may be more familiar than what you think. And to destroy more than one pillar would not be a great tragedy.
You can see the 3 of them look to each other, and the flames from underneath them. As
Familiar how? Fuck it.
as the green flame fades all around you, as you close your eyes once again and open them, you awaken, feeling rested and safe.
Also, Joe, could I get that name typed up real
Yeah,
quick?
sure.
Thank you. I was like, I'm gonna write that down. Then you pronounced it, and I was like, I'm gonna fuck that up so bad.
It's okay.
Just not gonna look stupid here.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good.
Also, is it like the middle of the air quote night, or did Yorick wake up at a reasonable time?
Yeah.
I know we don't need
is-
to sleep, but
No, it is.
comfy.
It's a reasonable time. Yeah.
okay. Fuck. He'll just get up and he'll head out and find everyone. That doesn't need to be the first thing, though, if anyone else has anything they want to do day 3.
Okay. All right. So you wake up and you can see that everybody else has awoken by this point early in the morning. Some of the elvish individuals having to sleep for less than others, or having to rest for less than others. So as all of you awake in the morning, does anybody have anything in particular they would like to do?
Nothing has a super fast thing. Won't take long.
Okay.
He's just gonna go check in on Zevran.
Okay. So you can see Zevran is waking up. He's making more notations of the things that he's seeing in the astral sea. So he's above deck right now.
Now he's just gonna walk up, put his arm around him. Zevran, good
hello.
morning.
Yes, good morning.
How's it going?
Fine, I suppose is good.
Right.
As good as things can be.
Good. Real good.
Do
Well,
you
just pat him on the chest?
is there something
you got a few moments to
wanted
talk.
to talk? Yes, I do.
All right. Why don't we walk this way, away from everyone else?
Sure, that's fine.
Why are you so nervous right now?
Am I looking or sounding nervous? I'm
Yes, extremely.
all right. Sorry.
Relax.
Okay.
I just wanted to have a friendly conversation between two friends. We're friends, right?
Do you start off most friendly conversations with a cursory pat on the chest?
Yeah, man. You don't?
No. Not necessarily, no.
All right. How about we start over? All right. Now, if will extend his hand, I shake his hand.
All right. It's good to meet you, Nalfian.
Oh my God, you got to get out more. Okay, so let's just cut to the chase. All right. So last time we chatted, I just wanted to see how you were feeling about a certain Lila Tatiana.
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm.
Now you're nervous, aren't you? All right.
No.
Okay. I'm just wondering, as a friend to another friend, how you feel about her.
Well, I do think that she's nice.
Mm?
And very smart.
Very. Alright. You're gonna go far. Okay, so that's great. I love that. You know, I think she would love to hear you say that at some point. That'd be nice to say to her, don't you think?
Yeah, but it's not really the time.
No.
No.
I don't think so.
Okay.
But if the time ever does arise, telling her how you complimenting her is a great way to start a friendship.
Yeah, but how do you even do that? You just walk up and say, "Hey, you're smart." That's so weird. That's so weird.
That is extremely weird. Don't do it like that. But I mean, think about it. When the two of you are just like gestures to the sky, looking at stars and talking about constellations, you know, complimenting her on her ability to identify a certain constellation. Noticing what she's wearing.
Well, I mean, of course I notice what she's wearing.
Do you compliment her?
No, because I thought that was weird to just say that.
It's not weird to say, hey, I think you look lovely today.
All right, but it's weird to say, hey, I think you're smart?
Out of context, yes. Listen, friend, all I'm saying is, sometimes, when you have certain feelings towards someone, it's a nice way to let them know by giving them little compliments here and there, helping them out when necessary, when they need it or ask for it, being around, being a friend, talking to them, getting to know them a little bit more.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Bonding over things that you have in common.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, and not being afraid to say what's on your mind.
All right, but not everything that's on my mind, right? Because if I just say I think you're smart out of context, then that's weird. So I have to be able to contextualize every single compliment or nice thing that I want to say to make sure that it is
Zevran, at the end of the
appropriate.
day, it just comes down to being yourself.
Of course. I didn't think of that.
Well, see, that's the thing. You're thinking too much. You just gotta be yourself. That's it.
But, Alfian, the thing is, being myself means that I overanalyze and study everything, and I try and come with the perfect formula to every problem and situation I put myself into. Seems like there's no formula for this. I just need to guess.
Yeah. It's not a formula or a handbook or an article somewhere that'll tell you exactly what you need to know. But just kind of figure it out. But if you don't take the chance, you're never gonna figure it out, are you? You wanna stand in the same place for the rest of your life?
Well, no.
Alright.
Of course not.
Again, don't push anything, friend. But if the opportunity presents itself to be yourself, relax.
Myself. Smooth. Relaxed.
Okay, but then if you try too hard, you're gonna ruin the whole thing.
What do you mean? This is who I am.
That's not who you are. Oh my god. Finn, like, running his hands through his hair. Listen, he's gonna put his hands on his shoulders. You have to relax. Be yourself. If yourself is overanalyzing, fine. Maybe you guys can nerd out about that later. But just be honest. Right?
Mm-hmm. I plan to be, as you kind of picture arm off his shoulder.
He seems to be the only one that's caught your attention, right?
What?
Get out of here, York. I'm just wondering.
Do you like that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Good. Pats him on the shoulder. Why is that?
Why? Listen, okay, I
No. I want you to tell me why
I
you
think
like
I see
her.
I see what's happening. Listen, Nalfian, don't get me wrong. You're a very handsome man. I can recognize that.
You are barking up the wrong tree, friend.
You have a wonderful physique, but
listen. This is me being a friend. This is not me coming on to you. If I was coming on to you, you'd know.
Oh. I thought it wasn't supposed to be obvious.
Oh.
So is someone supposed to know? Or is that just signature to you?
Zevran, I just want you to tell me right here, right now, what it is that you like about Lila. Other than she is pretty and she is smart.
Okay, not either one of those things.
No, there's more to her than just those two things.
I really love the way her eyes light up when she's talking about something that she's passionate about. I think that is, it's like constellations, honestly. I always appreciate that, regardless of what season her Eladrin nature tends to be in. She always has a complementary matching outfit for it. I think that's wonderful. She also has very pretty handwriting.
Nalfian just smiles. Alright. When the time comes, I think you should tell her that. But when the time is right.
All right. I will keep an eye out for the right time. Do you have any advice on that aspect? Should it be before or after the pocket dimension full of Forsaken?
Yeah, I wouldn't bring it up anytime soon.
Okay.
She's got enough on her plate right now.
Got it.
Yep, you know, the whole Finch thing. Yeah, let's not complicate her mind any more than that.
Great.
After we leave the Astral Sea, maybe there'll be a time that'll arise. I can't tell you when that is, friend. That's something you just gotta feel out.
Yeah. I
Okay.
will put the feelers out for when the time is appropriate.
Hey, didn't mean to disrespect you in any way at all. I was just
No, you're
looking out for a
not.
friend.
No, you're not disrespecting anyone or anything. Believe me, treat me like a doormat. That's fine. I appreciate the advice.
I hope you felt like I wasn't walking on you by any means.
I appreciate the advice. I do. I do, because I have the only really knowledge I have is of well, never mind. I don't really want to say that, actually. So thank you, Nalfian. I appreciate it, and I will keep those things in mind when the time comes up, if it ever does.
Alright. Appreciate you talking to me about this. Good luck. Nalfian's gonna offer to shake his hand this time again.
Thank you, and he'll shake your hand back.
Nalfian's gonna walk away.
Zephyrin just sort of, he stands there like rocking back and forth a little bit, like on his feet, like, oh, that's right. And he goes back to writing in his journal.
This is super fast. Nalfian's just wherever Lila is, he's just gonna walk by. He's not gonna make a big deal out of it at all. He's just gonna pat her on the shoulder and he's just gonna say, I don't think you have anything to worry about.
What?
Yep. We'll talk later.
Huh?
Belle's like, what?
Well, I don't know.
That's it.
But, oh. I wonder if he talked to Ephraim. I'm really worried he's gonna kick me off this boat.
At that moment, you can see coming down from above deck, Ephraim, and he says,
Lila, if you'd be willing, I'd like to have a conversation with you.
She's gonna, like, turn to Belle. Yeah! That sounds great! And she gets up and goes to Ephraim.
Thank you. Follow me.
Uh-huh. Yep. Following.
okay. You head up above deck. You can see him.
Oh, this is a real conversation. This isn't a joke.
It is, yeah.
Okay. Amazing.
Okay. So, Zephyrin, he's going to, not Zephyrin, Ephraim is going to walk up towards the bow of the ship, the front part, and and you can see Zevrin's there, and Zevrin, hi Ephraim, Lila, he salutes you and he walks away.
I want you to step up on the bow for me.
Okay. She will. Very nervously. Like here? Or further?
Further.
Okay. Do I get to know why before I get out there?
No.
Okay. And she will walk further, like slowly.
What I want you to do now is extend your hands.
In front of me?
Outward.
And Lila, you've done this before, right? Where you had just like stuck your like fingertips out of the small bubble that surrounded the ship, and there were these like strings of light that sort of cascaded off your fingers with you making contact with the astral sea. And you can see that as you stretch your hands out with your palms and almost all the way up to your forearms, you can see not only are there those streaks of light, but those tattoos on your hands and forearms and fingers that were placed there by Corellian, they also begin to glow in these shades of purple and green and blue. And Ephraim, his eyes are very buggy and beady, but if they could widen, they would. As he says,
Interesting. You may come back now. Thank you.
Okay. And she like rushes back. So I know you mentioned before that that's like not normal, apparently. So does that mean, do you know what it means?
I wish that I had more conclusive information to give you, but all I have is conjecture or ideas. What you have is very special. My people, many of the inhabitants of the Astral Sea, we have a natural affinity for it. We have a way to navigate ourselves around it. We have a way to interact with the sea that many do not. What you have, though, is something very rare. Something that I don't think anyone in my people ever had. We can speak to the Astral Sea. We can let our voices be heard in it. We can move it out of our way to get to where we need to be. What you have is the ability to hear it, to listen to it, and to feel it. You see, if I do the same...
And he sticks his hand out outside of the bubble. You can see that it doesn't deteriorate, it doesn't affect him negatively, but there's no resonance like you have.
Nothing happens. I'm fine, healthy, the same. But it doesn't speak back. It just gets out of my way. I know that your life is incredibly hectic in the current moment, and will most likely be that way until the Dark One is destroyed. But provided the world does not end, and we are not all consumed by the father of lies and endless turmoil and pain, if you ever would like to return to the Astral Sea to figure out more about this or your connection to it, I would be happy to facilitate that.
Yes, I definitely want that. So, not even astral elves can like... Have you seen this before in anybody ever, or is this the first time, period? Even in books or anything?
There are stories of astral elves having similar abilities, but the nations of the Astral Sea, they siloed themselves. Whether it be the astral elves, myself, or any of the other cultures or nations, very little communication was done in my time, in my world. There's not much I can tell you, other than what I just did. Perhaps as we're here longer, you'll learn more. But for as long as you're willing to explore this place, I am willing to help.
Thank you. Yes, I would appreciate that so much. Thank you.
Wonderful. That is it. I have nothing else. Thank you.
Okay. Do you have rope? Like a long piece of rope?
I have rope.
I want to, and she's gonna like start taking off her shoes, and she's like, I want to try and connect with it, but I'm worried about falling. Like, just sitting on the edge, like with my feet dangling and my hands out. Kind of similar, but like, so I don't fall. I want to have some rope.
Just in case you do fall, you want the rope there.
Yeah.
Okay. I will go get rope.
Thank you. And then, yeah, once he gets rope, she just wants to have, like, the safety, what they call it in, Treasure Planet, lifeline. She wants to tie herself to, like, the mast, and then sit on the edge of the boat, and, like, kind of like your feet in, like, water, almost, just, like, there, and kind of, like, just meditating, or, like, trying to, like, listen, because he said she can hear it, and, like, it responds to her, so she's letting it, like, speak to her.
Okay. So as you do that, you can feel some semblance of a connection. There is this dull reverberation of magical energy that is surrounding your sensory. In terms of something speaking to you, you don't hear that at all, but you can feel something. It's almost like I'm trying to think. It's not numbness, but it is like this subtle vibration that is just on any of your skin that is submerged in those areas.
Interesting. But yeah, I don't think, she'll do anything too crazy besides just taking a moment to, like, connect with it and everything for, I guess, till we're about to get in the City of Radiance. Okay. That's what she will be doing.
Okay, sounds good. All right. There's maybe 4 or 5 hours left before you arrive in the City of Radiance. Anybody got anything else? Yo, Rick, it's your turn.
All right, so Yorick's gonna call everyone together down below deck. Just the party and Belle, just, whoever's gonna be going.
All right, so Lila, you have to remove yourself.
Oh, I guess I gotta go put my shoes back on. Also, thank you. I realize I have wings. So.
Lila, why are your shoes off?
She's like holding her boots. I was splashing my feet in the stardust.
Oh, was it cool?
It was really cool.
Oh. All right, I'll try not to be long then.
Okay.
Okay. Alrighty. So with that, the party is gathered beneath. Even though you just called the party and Belle, the other individuals that are here will still be listening, because Ephron also has some things that he wants to say about the City of Radiance before you get there, unless you wanted it to be private.
I think Yorick would want it to be private, because I'm not sure how everyone else is going to feel about what's about to happen.
Okay. Yeah. So then they'll give you the
Knocking
privacy.
over pillars tend to make people uncomfortable, so... And Ephron's having a rough week, so...
So it is just the 5 party members and Belle. Everybody else will exit themselves to above deck.
Alright, I have to scroll up to find where that name was, because we've been talking in chat for so long.
It's
Crap.
Castiel.
Castiel.
However Joe said it.
Castiel.
Castiel.
Alright, everyone, thanks for coming. So, have kind of a quick update to what's going on in the city. And you see that he's taken a bunch of parchment, he's stuck it to the wall, like multiple pieces of parchment to make it like a board, and he's written on it like it's a chalkboard, but it's the best he could do on short notice.
Nice.
Alright, so the Wild Hunt reached out to me last night, and they informed me of a few things. One, there's a weapon in the city that I need to get. They did not describe what it is or what it does, except for it has the power to change fate itself, if you believe in that kind of thing. Glances over to Twig. But regardless, they seem to think that it's going to be very helpful in the battle with the Dark One to come, and obviously more directly, Finch and Kelnos, as that's coming up. It's being held by one of the 5 pillars of the city, Castiel, and you see there's a list of 5 with Castiel written at the top, and then a bunch of question marks in the other 4 spots. Alright, so these 5 apparently rule the city of Radiance, not out of any voting system or parties, but they're just the 5 strongest people that are there, so they call the shots pretty much. Yeah, Castiel apparently has this weapon, and apparently, according to the Wild Hunt, there's one or a few of these other guys who should probably die too. They said they would be familiar. I don't know if that's to me or to us or history. I don't know, but something for us to look into once we get there. And along with that, we are looking for the, what's the piece that we're missing here?
The Arcanum Suppressor.
Okay. Alright, and, we currently have no idea where that is, correct? Looking around to everyone else?
Correct.
Yeah, no.
Okay. So he puts a little note under there. No information. So, I'm just saying, we got our work cut out for us here. So, I just thought it was best to kind of give everyone a heads up that, yeah, plans changed.
Nalpin raises his hand.
Yes, Nalfian.
I like your setup.
Thank you.
Yep, that's it.
Was that all you had to say?
That's all I got. It's a good
Okay.
plan. So, I mean, pretty straightforward. We get in, we ask a couple of questions, we knock down some pillars. I realize it's going to be a lot harder than what I'm making it out to seem, but...
Oh, for sure. Well, like 100% harder. Yes, whoever Joe's playing right now.
Belle, she's the only other person that's here.
Just making sure. Yes, Belle.
This might be a dumb question, but when you say pillars and knocking them down, are they physical things that we have to like knock down, or is it like a metaphorical thing, or both?
Well,
or do you
Well,
not?
here's the thing. Well, when they die, they're gonna get knocked down, I assume. But no, it's more metaphorical, because apparently they're pillars that don't hold anything up short of their own ego and like their own power trip that they're going on right now. So yeah, apparently none of these guys, or gals, I don't know, have any love for each other. So apparently us taking one down should not earn us the wrath of the others. But
Okay.
subtlety might still be the move we want to go for here.
Nalpin raises his hand again.
Yuri also raises a hand.
Do you have an actual thing to add this time, Nalfian?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
This time he kind of looks at everybody. How much do we know again about the city of Radiance? I mean, I assume that it's an actual city closer to where we've been before rather than what the mausoleum was like, right? Are there other people? Is there like citizenship here? Like, what do we know about the city? Does anyone have anything?
Would Lila or
Did-
Twig know anything about that?
Yeah, did we get filled in on like it's like closer to the heavens? It's like, or that's what the pocket area. Yeah.
Mm.
Well, because they're all like fallen angels, though, right? So it's not like it's close to Celestia, because that's City of Corpses. It's
Yeah.
just
Oh.
a bunch of exiles have kind of like set up shop.
In terms of anything else more than that, anything about the city of Radiance you wouldn't have necessarily been able to read about in any type of research. We'll say that the big sweeping things that Ephron would have told you before you went in, is he would have mentioned the thing about the 5 pillars, because that would have been the same way in his world. He also would have mentioned how in his time, the city of Radiance, if people of notable renown arrived, even if they were from the material plane, the 5 pillars would offer them to stay in the House of Hospitality, which is pretty much like a beautiful hotel where you can stay as renowned guests of the angels, the fallen angels, because it looks good for them to have heroes and even villains, because there are good and bad people in the city. The other big thing to note is that each one of the 5 pillars has their own residence or abode within the city itself, away from that sort of main area. Last thing, this is one of the only places, aside from the, oh God, I'm a big dummy. Why can't I think of what it's called? The City of Yule is one of the only places aside from the City of Yule and the City of Life that is a functioning, like, rational city in terms of the way that it operates. So people have jobs, there are taverns, there are bars, there are stores. This is a real city in the way that it operates. Even though there are fallen angels that rule it, they still have divinity, so people still put trust in them that they'll kind of work with their best interests at heart. So it is a city. It is a place with laws and regulations. And I guess the final thing Ephron would tell you is that violence in the city that is not officiated by the 5 pillars is strictly prohibited, punishable by death. Unless it is approved by the 5 pillars. If it's approved, and not by all of them, but by one of them. If you get the okay from one of the 5 pillars to do violence, then it's okay.
Okay.
So yeah, Nalphine, in summary, that's what I remember. Does anyone remember anything else?
Nope, that's you. I think it's a good summary.
No, thank you. I thought I did pretty well.
Sounds good.
Yuri, you also had a hand, unless I also answered your question.
Well, I'm a little worried, because there is the thing of, if they don't like each other, then they might not care. But if one of them dies, then it's kind of like, oh, well, there's somebody in the city who had an interest in killing at least one of us. They might try and kill the rest of us. It still could not be great.
That is very true. Did you have a follow-up on that?
I do not. That is just a concern.
Oh.
That's valid. I guess we just don't tell anybody.
Yeah, I think subtlety then, rather than, like, all guns a-blazing.
Well, we might want to
but
get permission from one.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, if we do try to just do it subtly and we're found out, no violence can happen in the city, so that will all, well, I guess, mean all of us would be punished for that, which I don't think anyone wants to happen, so
Yeah.
I feel like that means we have to work with at least one of the fallen angels, right?
Yeah, so we gotta figure out who the other 4 are, and then figure out, maybe who would be the most willing to let us go after Castiel and one of the others, potentially.
Yeah.
Sounds like we just need to get in and start asking the right questions to the right people.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
You alright there, Twig?
I mean, I worry about, because imagine Yorick shared the whole flesh-eating thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Totally.
I just worry, I suppose.
Yeah, does he still do that?
Probably. I mean, if he got kicked out for doing it, probably in the city where he has free domain, I imagine he's going to keep doing it.
I just worry about what the others would be like, and so if we then need to align ourselves with one of them, I worry about what that might entail.
That's a fair concern. I just think we need a little bit more concrete information first. I don't think we're gonna make friends right off the bat with any of them. I think we just need to see what each is about, what they
We got
know.
some renown amongst us too.
And we're pretty likable.
There's
And most
that.
of us.
What?
But
What?
What?
Who's that talking about?
anywho, I do
Who the
think
fuck is
that
not likable?
This is tea.
Okay.
Come on.
okay, back to the main point.
If you had
Yes,
to kill
Lila.
one person in the party, who would it be?
Oh my god. So we got the Dawnbreaker, we got House Forrester, we got Tatiana name, which honestly is feeling kind of small in comparison to all these other things. And we got a high hunter of the wild hunt. I think they're gonna want us around. I don't think they're just gonna be like, this is some random mortals that we can eat. Right?
They
Yeah.
wouldn't be planning to eat us, right?
No one's gonna eat us.
I mean, the one guy might, but...
Now if you look at your work.
What?
No one's going to eat us.
I'm just saying he might try. I'm not saying he
We-
will.
Yorick feels a small, like, slap around the back of the head with telekinesis. She's like,
But I mean, if they want heroes to stay at this place to get them around, then I don't think they'd like them leaving. And I guess there's then, well, it doesn't guarantee that they've left either. So,
Alright, no more talking about anyone being eaten at this table. Alright, listen.
We're at a table now? Cool.
Yes, we're at a fucking table.
we're eating
this is a
breakfast.
family dinner, goddammit.
Yes. I think we just need to get down there and see
I'm
what
feeling confident about this. I feel very good.
Good. I'm with you.
Belle, you alright?
Okay.
You know, I mean, honestly, at this point, I think I'm numb. So yeah, I'm cool.
I
Okay,
don't
Linkin
feel like those
Park.
two sentences went together, but I think I know what you're trying to say. But hey, stay busy, right? That's what we talked about.
Yeah.
Calm.
Yes, Lila?
Nothing. I was
Okay.
making a joke.
Oh, I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sure it was very funny.
It was a Linkin Park joke.
Oh, nice. Good
Ha
song.
ha 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 ha.
And
Anyway,
then, quick question from Ryan. Before we arrive at the sea, like, I know Efren wanted to do something, but does the party have anything else to do?
I need to talk to Nalfian real quick.
Okay, cool. I have a very small thing, but it'll be, like, right before we get to the city type thing, so.
Okay.
Alright, meeting's adjourned.
Good work, York.
Thank
I
you.
like your setup again. Just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I stole some paper from your bag. I hope you don't mind.
Oh shit. I hope. Okay. We'll talk.
They're not sure his poetry he's working on, you ass!
It's got
Oh,
writing
shit.
in
It was, it was on the back here.
Ah!
It seemed like random scribbles.
We're gonna pretend that didn't happen. Anyway.
Ooh.
Yeah. Now we'll just
Don't worry,
get York.
Efren has more paper. You can have some of his.
Alright.
Okie dokie. Okie dokie artichoke. So Nalfian, you had something you wanted to do.
No, it was Yuri wanted to talk to me.
Yuri.
Oh, Yuri wanted to talk to Nalfian. Got my wires crossed. Sorry. Okay, so Eurydice, you wanted to talk to Nalfian. How long after the meeting did you want to wait? Like, would Nalfian be doing something different, or is he just kind of walking away?
Nah, she'd probably catch him as he's like... Wait, no. Actually, no, no. She'll wait until he's, like, chilling. Like, up on deck somewhere.
Okay.
Nice.
Nice.
Vibin. And she will have been, like, kind of just playing her, like, instrument for a little bit somewhere else on deck. And then she'll go to wherever he's at and kind of either lean against something or just sit cross-legged and be like, hey, how are you?
I am, well, how are you?
I'm good. I wanted to check in with you because Mausoleum of Souls, that's a pretty big thing.
Yeah.
But you seem okay.
Yeah, it was well needed. I think it was a final chapter in a book that I needed to put away for a while. How are you doing?
I'm good.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I'm a little concerned because when I was there I saw Mirka and he kind of talked about some worrying plans on the material plane. But there's nothing we can do about that right now.
Right.
But
When we get back, we'll take care of it.
yeah. And I mean, aside from that, I saw my mum, so that was nice.
A little bit of closure, right?
Yeah, I mean, she said that she didn't blame me and that she loves me. And I guess in a way that was kind of all that I needed to hear just from her.
No, trust me, Eurydice, I understand that. And I'm glad you have that to help. Kind of pointing to the instrument.
Yeah, she showed me some techniques for how to play it, and because we've had so much time, I've been working on some stuff, and you've been writing things, and I need an outside opinion because I'm not very good at this. But I've been writing. I've been trying to make this stuff, and
A song?
she kind of, they're not really songs yet because I'm not very good at it, but they're like little darts of songs, I guess.
Alright. Let's see what you have.
She holds it in the way that her mum taught her to. And she starts playing some really, really short pieces. She is not used to this instrument yet, but she's trying her damnedest. And as she plays a few distinct pieces. And they all have noticeably different vibes to them. I've been trying to think of how to explain this. One of them has a vibe that's more kind of spacey, a bit more kind of romantic sounding and kind of twinkly. Another one is very folk music-esque, very woodland vibes. There's one that's it sounds a bit more dramatic and fast. And then another one that sounds very tavern vibey, but jovial almost.
Yeah.
And
Is there
she's
one
very
that seems longer than the other?
fuck you, you asshole.
Damn! Is there?
Yeah, okay. The slightly
Yeah,
romantic
I'm
one
gonna
sounds a
start. Yeah.
tiny bit longer.
Okay.
And she's like, yeah, so I've been trying to write these. They are based off you guys. I've been trying to, a morale thing. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I think they sound great so far. I've noticed that you've not finished any, but you started many. Is there a reason?
Well, I wanted to work on all of them. And you know when you have an idea and you just want to do it, you want to try it, you want to start it before it goes.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I think they sound great. I think you just need to maybe every day put one at the forefront and focus on it. There's nothing better than completing something.
Okay, I mean, which one do you think sounds best that I should try and finish?
I mean, you played most of points to whichever piece of parchment was the longest.
I suppose.
Sounds like it was almost done.
I'd say it's far from almost done, but it's definitely got the most... I've got the most ideas for it.
I'd say that one then.
Okay.
You sound excited about it.
Well, yeah, I've got a lot of ideas for it. Okay, cool. Yeah, I was just checking they weren't immediately terrible, and I am just tone deaf.
No, they're good. I can tell that there was a lot of influence from your mother from these, which is good.
She smiles so brightly. Yeah. But yes, the idea is, next time we have a big party with all of us, I'll be able to play all of them, and people should hopefully be able to pick out which one is theirs. So.
That's really sweet, Eurydice.
Thanks. Yeah, you seem to be doing great. I'm really glad.
And I'm glad you're doing well too.
Cool. Alright. Well,
Question?
Yeah?
What do you think of Zevran?
Fuck you.
Is that what she says?
No, that's
Okay.
that's me. That was River. She kind of blanks and goes, Have you been talking to Lila?
No.
Insight check, you bastard!
I mean,
Nalfian, make a deception check with disadvantage.
Oh, I'm
Fuck
good at
you.
deception.
Nah,
Okay,
man.
no, with the disadvantage.
Yeah, with disadvantage.
I don't know what roll. Okay,
Jesus. Oh, that was with advantage. So 15.
15. Yeah.
Hold on.
No.
I thought that
It's
was
all 15's all I've got to beat with an insight. Let's see if I've only got like a +1 to insight.
All right. Well.
Did it roll? I attempted to roll.
Did
This way I
it?
was roll physical dice.
Oh, hey, there we go.
What was it?
Oh, 7.
Seven,
fuck.
the 11. Get fucked.
I've only got +1 modifier. And she just looks at him and goes, okay, then who have you been, why are you asking?
I mean, he's just a new guy around the ship, and he had a lot of information. I
think he's fine. He's fine. He is great.
Insight check.
What are you inciting?
I don't know.
You can't just say insight check.
What do you mean? That's how you play D&D, right? You say insight check and you learn everything you need to know about everything. Okay, never mind. Sorry.
Very good. She's saying it with a demeanor that's very much like there's definitely so much more beneath it, but she's like she's really awkward.
Alright.
Fine. He's great. He's really helpful. He talked to me about Asmodeus and stuff. He's really nice to Lila, and it's great. She realizes she mentions Lila, she fucked up, and she just immediately goes,
Okay. Okay. I was just curious, you know. I value your opinion on people, so I just wanted to see what you thought.
then why didn't you ask me about all the newer people? Why'd you ask me about the guy that's been with us since before them?
You can see him try not to smile.
I'm not stupid.
I just may have been wondering. That's it. I promise.
Why?
Because I am curious to know what you think of him.
What do you think of him?
I think he's a nice guy. I think he's a little in his head too much. But, I mean, I guess he's an academic and that's what they do. But he seems like he genuinely cares for a lot of people on this ship. He has a lot of aspirations, he's intelligent, he seems genuine.
Do you like him? Wait, why are you being real
No, I do
interested
not.
in...
Why does everyone think that?
I am confused.
Listen, don't worry about it, right? I was just getting opinions.
No, I know... Yes, he cares, he very much cares for a lot of people on this ship, I am aware.
Nothing like raises an eyebrow. Alright. I will let you get back to writing your songs, and I'm very much looking forward to hearing them played.
Mm-hmm.
Good
Thank
night.
you.
And he turns and spins on his heel. He leaves. He's getting out of there.
That solved absolutely nothing.
What do you mean? Nothing got all the information he needed to know.
Bruh. Okay.
All right. Wonderful. There we go. So, great job there. So you two go your separate ways after achieving nothing. And we move on. Anybody else have anything? Maybe. Yorick. That's right, you did say something.
Very, very small. Like, we don't need to role play this out, but just like as we're like nearing the port of the city of Radiance, and like we're all up there and everyone's ready, Yorick is just going to tell this like 10-minute long joke that ends with just like the dumbest punchline, and that's just how he's going to activate his inspiring leader ability this time.
What's the joke?
Yeah, so have you heard about the moth that goes to the doctor?
Tell me about it.
All right, I'm not going to tell you the whole joke, because that would just be cruel.
Give me the punchline.
Watch out.
But yeah, so basically this moth goes into a doctor's office, and he's like, Doc, I need some help real bad. And the doctor's like, okay, well, what's ailing you? And he's like, well, it's nothing physical, it's just life just feels so meaningless nowadays, and just, I don't know, I look at myself in the mirror and I just don't recognize the youthful man full of hope and joy that I used to be. He's like, I think it might have been 2 years ago when the cold of 98 took my daughter Lilith away from me. And he basically proceeds to just talk about all these just like horrible things that are going on in his life. And the doctor's like, man, Moth, this is the punchline, you're really messed up, but I mean, you should go be seeing a psychiatrist or a shrink or someone. Like, why would you come see me? And the moth goes, well, the light was on.
That's funny. Nalfi laughs really hard at your joke, York.
Thank you, but thanks, Snelf. I knew you'd get it.
It's great, man.
Everyone in the party, except for Yuri, because I guess she gets her temp HP from her spear still. Is that
Yeah.
true? Okay, so everyone plus Belle, everyone gets a 14 temporary HP.
Ooh.
We love bad jokes.
Yeah, it's great.
Laughter really is the best medicine.
Mm-hmm.
I loved how I started telling this, and the look of confusion on Joe's face was just like, what are you doing, Ryan? What is this?
I was getting flashbacks, Felicity. I don't know if you were there for it, but there was a joke
dear.
Mark told one time where it was the punchline of the joke was because he's a good conductor, right? It was about a train that got struck by lightning. And I literally, I was doing homework in the living room, and I was like, he started telling the joke, and I was like, ooh, this is great. I'm gonna go run and grab some food real quick. That's fine. Don't worry about it. And I left to go to the McDonald's, and I came back, and it was like 20 minutes, and Mark was still telling the joke.
Damn.
And I
This
remember,
is a believable scenario.
I walked back in, and I was like,
Is it still going?
what the fuck is happening?
Oh wow!
And
I believe
was-
this. I was not there.
I was aghast. I could not believe it. So, thank you for the flashback, Ryan. That was awesome.
You're welcome.
You triggered my PTSD right there. I was like, okay, all right. So with
Oh,
that,
actually, hold on. This is real fucking, and I swear it's not fucking with your shit, Yora, because I know you wanted this to be the last thing. But I will just say, just as a note, Twig has an increased number of her little rune sticky notes on her.
Aw.
That is all.
Are they non-getting eaten notes?
No.
You can't read Dwarvish.
No, it's just father insight.
Unfortunately, that does not go over language barriers. Anyway, so City of Radiance.
Which
I love you, Jonah.
actual question though, are they new runes or are they just more of the same ones that she has on?
They're nothing new. I imagine she doesn't always have the exact same runes. Like, should cycle them out, like, over the time. So there's nothing, like, that would strike anyone as particularly new. There's just more.
What does there appear to be more of in general?
Fucking bored of you to assume I thought about this.
I
mean,
don't know.
I don't think it's leading any particular way. I guess there would be more that are just generally about luck and fate. Yeah. But
Cool.
again, nothing, no new runes or anything, just more.
Okay.
Cool.
Sounds good. So, with that, the joke has been told, and
You're welcome.
all of you, unless there is anything else, begin to approach the city of Radiance. Okay, all right, cool. There's nothing. All right, nice. So as all of you begin to approach the city of Radiance, there is this beauty that you see as soon as you get within range. At first, it is just this small blurb of light in the distance, this beacon. And eventually, it begins to grow as you begin to see a city in the distance. Go ahead and activate this scene. You can see a beautiful radiance emanating over the entirety of the city. It is sickening at first glance. The light and beauty is overwhelming, where it twists and turns your stomach. Like, the simplicity of Radiance is what makes it so beautiful, but this beam, this unnatural sunlight, recognizes its beauty and brilliance, and in turn, it affects you in a negative way. As you look, you can see that the sea, the astral sea, is much more tumultuous here. There are larger, if you could call them waves, these like swaths of magical energy that end up slamming into the side of the ship and actually cause the ship to tilt and turn, a little bit of turbulence. But eventually, you make your way to where Ephron knows to be the dock. It's the dock that all of you would learn to be known as called the Dock of the Unclean. Anybody who enters the city of Radiance must enter here first, especially if they are from the material plane, which all of you are. So the ship flies in. You can see several ships flying in and out. This is a city that has trade. It has commerce. There is life happening here. You can even see small bits of nature, and you can begin to hear them as you dock. Birds chirping, small streams rushing. And you can even begin to hear people talking as you approach the dock. Now, as you settle in, the ship begins to stop the turbulence that you had seen. The radiance emanating from the center point of the city actually seems to stop that tumultuous astral energy from leaking in. It keeps the city safe. It keeps the trade and the people safe. So, as you begin to move off the ship, Ephron obviously has already imparted with you the information that you need to know. And as a failsafe, just in case, he will hand, we'll say, Lila, just because she's the one who's either A, used it before, or the one that has the connection to the astral magic that he uses, will hand you that discus plate that you all had used when you were on the frozen ship at the very beginning. So that way, in case you need it, you have an immediate out, just in case.
Yeah, that's that. What, Ephron hands it to her, or Zevran?
Ephron hands it to her.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah. So Ephron will hand it off to her, and as all of you depart from the ship and make your way to the dock, you follow the rest of the new travelers, as Ephron had directed you, to where you will need to be cleansed before you can fully enter the city.
I don't know if this is something that can be answered now, or I guess when we get more into the city. But with like any of the birds and shit that are around, Twig being, you know, druid, naturey person, is she able to suss out, like, are these like legitimate birds? Like, there's nothing like weird or fucky with them?
Yeah, let me see here. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna go off your passive nature score here, as opposed to anything else. Okay. Oh, that's right. Nature is an intelligence-based thing. Never mind. We're gonna go off your passive wisdom. That's no. Your natural intuition into the natural world, being both druid and ranger. Twig, you can recognize that the creatures that are living here are living, breathing creatures. There is a self-sustaining ecosystem here for a plethora of diverse creatures, some of which you've only read about. exotic animals and beasts from Afera, some from the Gemstone Archipelago. You can even see periodically flying in the sky these large winged lizard-like creatures, not dragons, but creatures you read about that were in the Gemstone Archipelago, like pterodactyls, like flying above the city, landing, perching in large manners on the elevated part of the city directly ahead of you. But they are real creatures. You can see people talking, haggling. It is a real city. It's almost indistinguishable from one that you would have seen on the material plane, except for two key things. For one, the horizon, as opposed to being a beautiful blue ocean like in Raven Rock, is a tumultuous, aggressive astral sea. One that you can now see being off the ship. There are these tsunami-like waves of astral energy that end up rushing and crashing into the city, but are dispelled from the beams of radiant energy from the epicenter of the city, sort of dispelling them and pushing them back. And two, most of the people here are creatures or entities you've seen before. You do see some plasmoids, right? Those sort of gelatinous, bipedal individuals walking and slinking around. You see Gith walking around, the hippopotamus-like humanoids. You also see Gith, right? These deep, like yellow-skinned with black scales periodically spread about their face and long, pointed elf-like ears, lithe in their nature with this purple energy that radiates off certain pieces of magic, certain pieces of equipment that they carry with them. You also see humans. You see elves. You see dwarves. You see halflings. You see real people. And the thing that has been most interesting to all of you is every once in a while, you can see a small stall by the market. Somebody walks up, they ask for something, and you can see several gold coins clink into the salesperson's hand. Something that has not been the case so far yet. You can pay with gold and platinum and silver and copper for any goods or services that you wish to have in the city. So that is thing number one. It's incredibly exotic. There is lots of life here, but the only thing that sets it apart is that. The second thing that sets it apart is specifically at the dock right now. You can see 4 or 5 massive creatures, probably 18 to 20 feet tall, wearing radiant plate armor. You can see furled up wings behind their back, curled up and tucked in. You can see they wear weapons, ready to fight. As you see these, which for you are indistinguishable, for all of you are indistinguishable from normal angels. They stand proud, they welcome the guests that come in. And there is one in particular that stands out above the rest. Taller than the other ones you've seen, even maybe 20, 25 feet tall. A monster of an angel. You can see their form is completely shrouded in thick magical plate armor, covering each and every aspect of their body, except for their head. You can see a white hood pulled up, but where there would be a face is just this writhing black shadow. No face, no physical form. It is a cavernous black hole where one's head should be. And in place of normal feathery-like wings, all you can see are these tendrils of golden light leaking out of these 2 pieces of metal on their back. As you approach, you can hear just a couple of people, especially those of you with higher passive perception, go ahead and say, Lila, Yorick, and Twig would be able to hear several people comment as you're approaching. Is that him? Is that the Radiant Dread? As all of you look up, and you see what you believe to be one of the individuals you've been searching for, ready to greet you at the dock. You can see in one hand a weapon that seems to stand taller than him even. This massive glaive. And inside the glaive, right where there would be some type of crossguard, is this swirled bit of metal. And inside, captured, is this writhing mass, this black hole almost, that seems to devour all light. But the blade itself is illuminated with radiant glory. As you approach, you see an individual that looks a lot like this. Maybe? Huh? Oh, I think my... Huh? Does that work? No? Show to players. Show to players. There we go. So
that's the Radiant Dread.
That's
thing.
what you believe, yep.
Okay. It's scary.
So, sorry, Nalfian, for some reason on the battle map screen is all messed up.
Battle map screen.
They didn't do battle map.
He's friend-shaped.
He's not
Okay.
a warlord or anything, whatever we were told before. It's fine.
Oh, wait, what was that? Oh, everything crashed on Kayla's end. So, as you see the Radiant Dread in front of you, presumably here to ask you a couple of questions and to cleanse you before you enter, that is where we're going to go ahead and take a break. All right? So we're going to go take a very, very quick break, and then we'll be back to see what happens with the rest of our party in the city of Radiance. And what I will do, just so you can take a look, just so you know, I will go ahead and move you. Yep. I'll preload it real quick.
Battle map.
No, not battle map, just city map.
Oh,
Yeah.
city map.
Ooh.
Good. Ooh,
Look
so
at that,
pretty.
it's pretty. Woo.
It's got swirl in space and radiance. I
We
like
love
it.
swirls in space and radiance.
Magic.
Alrighty.
fan.
So thanks for watching so far. We'll be right back in just a little bit. And
y'all
we're
wrong.
back.
Reset!
So,
Woo, let's play.
tell us in the chat, is it pronounced Capri Sun or Capra Sun?
I don't think that's what River said, but that's okay. Let's
That's
play.
what I-
That's what I said. I mean, it's fine.
That's what I heard. All right, so let's dive in. Picking up where we left off, our group of adventurers had found themselves within the city of Radiance finally, after a few much needed conversations aboard the Valkyrie and a little bit of soul searching. They now find themselves within the city of Radiance. Having approached the city docks, they could see out in the distance these massive waves of astral magic and energy slamming against the city, but being repelled by the beautiful and sickening radiance that emanates from the center of the city. Upon making your way into the dock, you can see that this is a city of real, authentic, genuine life. It is a real place with real people living their day-to-day lives to the best of their ability, trading gold and copper and silver and platinum for goods and services. The only thing that makes it different from any city any of you have been to is how extravagant the creatures and flora and fauna are that exist here. And also, for every 20 to 50 citizens you see that are just normal people, granted with the every once in a while little sprinkling of astral city insanity, you see one angel, massive in form and figure, and one that you approach in particular, the one that you need to approach and talk to be cleansed before you enter the city of Radiance. That angel in particular being the Radiant Dread, which I'll go ahead and show again. Probably 20, 25 feet tall, huge. And as you approach, they look down and speak towards you.
You enter the Radiant City, and the Radiant City welcomes you. Tell me, what is your purpose in the city? What do you wish to accomplish in your time here?
We're looking for some items that might help us on a journey that we're on.
He nods.
That's not a lie.
No, he nods. Sorry, my voice mod was taking a second to transfer. I didn't want to say he nods, but he nods.
He nods.
He nods and he looks to the rest of you just to affirm what Yorick said.
And Althea nods.
Very well. I wish you luck in seeking this item you search for. Is there anything that I may be of service for you? If you are looking for something, I may know where to find it.
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot you a message. I just don't want to metagame, so let me know or not, okay?
You got it.
If anyone else has a question, please fill the air. No? Okay.
No.
I don't know if now I don't know this guy's vibe yet. I don't want to be like, yeah, what
This
you have,
bitch is-
buddy.
Yeah,
And,
we have exactly what we would. We could take it off your dead cold corpse if you would like.
You can see that for any of you that take a closer look or inspection to him, like maybe potentially trying to look underneath the hood to see a face, maybe it's just shrouded in magic. The longer you stare into that cavernous hood, the deeper it goes. And a part of you gets sad, just looking into the mask, until eventually you break your gaze and sort of look away. Yeah,
I'm just trying not to metagame, so I'm just asking you.
yeah, Yorick gets a pretty strong feeling. I'll say that much.
Ah, shit. Okay. So, glancing over to like the party, the orc's like, I mean, do we want to ask about the other like the one item we're looking for?
Actually, yeah.
I heard a yeah from Lila. What did Nalfian say?
I mean, he was gonna say the same thing. I mean, it can't hurt to ask about it. It's not like it's a crime.
As far as we know. Yeah, okay. So yeah, York will pull back. Yeah, do you know if anyone here has something called an Arcanum Suppressor?
You can see the tendrils of radiant energy on his back. They begin to move and sort of curl up in more of a defensive stance at the mentioning of that item.
Why do you seek such an item? I may know perhaps it may be located, but I hope you understand the severity of asking for such an item.
We needed to save a friend of ours.
That is very noble of you. The Arcanum Suppressor used to be within my possession. It is not any longer.
Okay. Do you know who has it now?
I do. And I may be willing to share that information with you. But I'm sure you've been traveling for quite some time. And I think that you'll find that within the city, certain senses that you have been missing will be returned to you. I recommend getting a bite to eat and something to drink. And once you're settled in, we can speak then. My only other question to all of you. Do you have any claim to notoriety or renown about you that we should know of?
I mean, Lila's gonna look to everybody else, but she'll start with the puny one of, well, me and my sister are part of the Tatiana family. Our father is one of the headmasters at the College of Hearthcrest. Obviously, all this is more of a big deal on the material plane at the city of Hearthcrest, but we have a little bit of weight to our name in that kind of area.
You see the tendrils of magic on his back. They flare as he casts a spell. There's a brief flash of golden energy underneath the shadow of his face as he responds.
Yes, I see now. Tatianas. Impactful individuals specifically related to the Feywild and to the College of Hearthcrest. Very well. Renown of the material plane. Understood. Is that it?
I'm Yorick Nasine, High Hunter of House Nasine.
Same thing. Magical flash.
Yes, the Wild Hunt. Interesting. It has been a long time since a High Hunter has been named. Renowned indeed.
Twig Forester of House Forester, one of the houses of Iverion on the material plane. And my knight, Nalfian Forester.
Nalfian raises his hand as a hello.
Another flash of golden energy.
Yes, a Forester. Collapsed for the past 14, 15 years. But I suppose then you wish to reinstate your house. A noble effort. And a noble knight. However, Nalfian Forester. I do not know that name. Not connected to House Forester, that is.
Yeah, well, that's my name.
Yuri like kind of holds her spear and goes, Dawnbreaker Eurydice?
And this time there is no flash of golden energy.
The Dawnbreaker. Interesting. Very well. Renowned indeed. While the city is yours to freely peruse, if you would like a place to stay where your meals will be taken care of, room and board paid for by the 5 pillars, you may stay at the House of Hospitality, free of charge, as our honored guest.
Right on. I think we'll take you up on that.
Yes,
Right,
that
gang?
sounds wonderful.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Very well. You may follow, and I will lead you to the House of Hospitality. But first you must
Great.
be cleansed before you enter any further.
What exactly does that consist of? Sorry, Ryan.
It is nothing painful. It is nothing that will harm you. Unless your intentions for the city of Radiance are harmful.
Alright. Sounds good.
Well, I mean, we're not this is just Ryan talking. We're not planning on doing anything without permission, so
Yeah,
we're
no,
following
very-
the rules.
very good.
I understand. All right.
Okay,
all
no,
right.
I'm
All right.
justifying to
We are
myself.
going in this with the intention of assassinating maybe a couple of the headhunters here.
Just a couple!
With the intention of learning
Passive.
information.
Very
But
passive.
with
Yeah, I'm concerned.
permission.
We are
It's political assassination.
Landing
it's
on
a
the
difference.
permission part. Lila's like, just don't wash my hair. I just did it already.
Same girl.
So you can see that what the Radiant Dread does is one by one. He'll start with you, Yorick, since you were kind of spearheading this conversation. He will come over to you, towering over you. His hand that is about the size of your chest will come over your head until your head is the size of my nail here. It comes like that. And you are just fully encased in his hand, and he just kind of lifts you up by the neck.
Ow.
And there is this flash of radiant energy all around you as he casts a modified version of Greater Restoration.
Oh.
So as he sets you down, there is this wave of relief. Your neck feels whatever kinks were in there are gone, and you feel clean.
Gives a thumbs up to everyone else.
Bro, one of us about to come out of this without a head, I swear to God.
So one by one, he will grab onto your head, lift you up a little bit. And you can see that one by one, nobody runs into any issues except Lila. Lila, as he goes to cast that on you, you can see that there is a small flinch in his wrist as he casts it, and all of you can see this like amount of magic begin to wriggle and writhe off of Lila and fall onto the ground. These like writhing astral worms beginning to skirt and squirm around all over the floor. You can see that he sets Lila down and his hand comes over to the side, and there's this beam of radiant energy that shoots out of his hand towards those creatures as they just are evaporated.
The fuck was that, Lila?
Astral Sea, you get leeches!
As he looks to you,
Told you not to take your
Lila,
boots off.
and says,
You swim in the astral sea, and yet you are still alive. We will speak on this more later. For now, you are clean. But I ask you to refrain from doing such things as you do not know the dangers that await you in that sea. Please follow the guide, and he will take you to the House of Hospitality.
Not a problem. I got dewormed today.
So,
Man, is that what they're calling it?
I have a quick question
Yeah.
before we leave.
Mhm.
So obviously we were like, hey, who has the Arcanum Suppressor now? And he was like, hey, you should take care of these other things and then we'll talk. Can I kind of roll an insight of like if he's actually planning on coming back to talk to us or just like why he's so defensive? Because clearly something's up.
yeah, make an insight check.
Cool. Ooh, 24. Jack Bauer.
Hey, all right. So, 24, it is a sensitive subject. You can kind of gather that he, for one, knows what it is. He knows what it can do. And you can probably infer that it at once upon a time belonged to him, and it was not taken from him in a kind and polite way.
Okay, fair enough.
So,
Sensitive subject, then I understand.
yep. Alrighty. So with that, you can see he gestures his hand off to the side, and you can see from his palm there is this spectral blue creature that emerges. And you can see that it is the sort of echo of an angel as it just begins to walk in front of you. It doesn't speak to you at all. It just begins to walk in a path, leaving this trail of blue energy on the ground for all of you to follow, as it is going much faster than what you can keep up with at a normal pace, but it shows you the quickest path to the House of Hospitality, and it stays there. And it only ever goes away when you step closer towards the House of Hospitality. It's kind of like Google Maps. Imagine that, right? You put in your destination, and then if you follow it, if you go away from it, it'll kind of reroute, and it'll show you the fastest path to...
It's a waypoint.
It is, yeah. Yeah, there you go. So you have a little waypoint directing you to the House of Hospitality, which you would be able to recognize is number 2 on this map. So I will go ahead and...
Oh, nice.
It's so cute.
Oh, new
We
text.
have like a riverside view then, you know? Some elevation here, you know?
Hospitality. House of Hospital. Shit. I hate that it auto spawns. I hate that it does it automatically with the box.
I missed that guy.
I miss that guy too. Where is the?
That's my next PC if your orc dies. Yeah, just that guy. He's a bard. He's really good at one song, and that's it.
Okay.
That's all he
Boom.
needs.
Boom. House of Hospitality. All right. So House of Hospitality is over there. But then the what the hell? Okay, there you go. There you go. But other than that, you are free to move throughout the city as you see fit. The path that it will take you on initially is bop, right? It'll pretty much lead you along this path down at the bottom, past all these other docks to this bridge. But 2 of the main things in the city are down here. So if you wanted to, you could go explore these things first. You could go to number 5 if you wanted to. It's entirely up to you. Or you could just head straight to the House of Hospitality.
I'm thinking we just go to the house, because we're a little short on time anyway, and also we really need the Arcanum Suppressor, so it's probably good for us to just figure out who has that first. That's my vote. Happy to hear thoughts.
I support that. I think we don't keep people waiting on this. We just kind of go and do the thing.
Yeah, I think
we're
it's a great
gonna
idea.
we're gonna need to figure out, I guess, where we're gonna be standing with the other killers if we hopefully see them soon. But I feel like the best chance we can do that is up where the House of Hospitality is, and I imagine where they reside at 1, because it's very, Radiant, we control the city
Opulent.
looking. So yeah, I think it's probably best to just get there so we can hopefully start as soon as we can.
Okay. All right, so you make your way across the bridge. You can see that there are these massive statues all along this bridge, depicting these beautiful shrouded angels every 20, 30 feet. So there's probably maybe 100 angels total carved and decorated on this bridge as you pass, as each one of them holding these massive great swords looking down towards you, watching you as you cross the bridge. And eventually you make your way to the House of Hospitality. Upon making your way to the front entrance, it is a gated building, very fine, very nice. It is probably one of the nicer areas any of you have ever stayed at. I mean, even taking into consideration the Tatiana estate, I would say it is on par with that in terms of the comfort and effort that is put into the beauty of this complex in general. So, as you approach, you can see that there is a couple of individuals that greet you at the main gate. There are two angels standing guard, but you can see one creature in particular greets you. You can see a creature of amorphous form, bipedal, 2 arms, 2 legs, but its form itself is rather gelatinous. It is rather plasmic, something that you've seen before, plasmoids. You can see that it is wearing sort of finer, nicer clothes and what looks to be a pair of like spectacles sort of clipped to its face. As you can see, this plasmoid, its 2 hands, instead of having fingertips that sort of like knot together like that, the 2 hands just kind of collide to one unit. As the angels open the gate for you, as you enter, you can see the plasmoid. He greets you with a smile and says, "Well, hello and welcome to the House of Hospitality. For my people, they would refer to me as but I have found it is easier if you simply call me Frederick."
Oh my god. Sure.
Nice to meet you.
Frederick.
So
No, I
as
don't do that. I don't do that. Nice to meet you, Frederick.
Of course. As I have come to understand it, all of you are to stay at the House of Hospitality as renowned individuals from the material plane specifically.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very good. If you would please follow me, I will take you to your rooms and the abode you'll be staying at, as well as where you can find most of your food and drink while within the House of Hospitality. Should you need anything, please do not hesitate to talk to either me or any of the other plasmoids within the House of Hospitality. We are here to serve you. Please, follow me.
Excellent.
Does he leave a slime trail when he walks?
No, he's not a slug. He is self-contained. It'd be kind of like if when you were like walking with bare feet, like if he were to leave a slime trail, it'd be like if you left behind like your foot skin, like just like a thin layer everywhere you walked. Yeah. He does not. No. He's like wet if you touch him, but he doesn't leave anything anywhere.
It makes me think of like an alien from Lilo and Stitch or something like that.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. So you follow him, and moving throughout the House of Hospitality, it is beautiful. The sounds of the city fade a little bit. It seems as though it's suppressed in here. Instead, all you hear as you make your way into the sort of west wing of the House of Hospitality, it is the sounds of nature during the day currently that filter throughout the building. It's serene. It's incredibly nice. You breathe what smells like fresh pine on the air. It's the first time that you've felt this close to nature in a long time. And eventually, you make your way further into the West Wing, and you can see Frederick. He gestures to a collection of rooms in front of you at the end of the hall. He says, "Well,
You can choose any one of the 10 rooms at this end of the hall, depending on whatever sleeping arrangement suits you best. Should each one of you like your own room, you can do that. The one at the very, very, very end of the hall has a common room that connects 2 other rooms, if that's something you'd prefer. Also, just so you're aware, if you head down those stairs and to the left, it will take you to the dining area where all food will be prepared for you. And then finally, should you wish to relax and breathe a bit while you're here, just so you're aware, there is a spa and pool down those stairs, 2 flights, and right in front of you when you exit. Is there
Frederick, you've
anything-
made my whole day.
Oh,
Is that a spa?
well, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much, Frederick. This is a dream.
Well,
I think we got it from here, right, guys?
Yeah.
yes, if there's nothing else, I will leave you.
Yorick will extend a hand to shake.
Like I said, it's wet, but it doesn't leave any residue.
Yeah, Yorick doesn't act weird about it.
Okay.
Just shakes the hand.
Oh my god.
Loved that.
You can see he fixes his glasses a bit. He has no eyes. He's just slime.
Cute.
Glass friend.
It's
like
just
everybody.
style. It's style.
Yeah, man.
They look good, man.
Yeah. Are all the rooms like the same kind of like a hotel, or is it like each one's got like a vibe?
Well,
Themed rooms.
as
my God.
you
Depends on
depending
the
on
balcony. No, I'm just kidding.
depending on what's happening. Are you guys going to choose the 2 rooms with the connected common room? I figured that's probably what you would do. Or are you choosing your own individual rooms?
Oh.
I feel like some of us want individual rooms. We spent like fucking ages in a ship
fucking
all
boat.
stuck together.
Should we do individual? I mean,
oh my God,
I think
yeah, like spread out. You know.
Belle and Lila would probably share, or at least
Yeah.
Lila would offer to share with
Yeah,
Belle.
Belle would be
Belle's
cool
like,
with that, yeah.
Yeah.
No!
Let's see, as long as
Having a
someone gets-
moment.
As long as someone gets the common room so that we can utilize it, then I think the rest of us
Yeah.
can be spread out a little bit.
Yeah. So, as all of you make your way into your own separate rooms, at first you're a little disappointed. Upon opening the door into your room, you can see that it's rather plain and mundane. A simple cot, a window looking out at the city of Radiance, and some small niceties, a chest, a wardrobe, and sheets and linens, whatever you might need for your time. But as you shut the door behind you, you can see the room begin to shift and change and morph. As you look into the room now, after maybe 30 seconds to a minute, the room begins to shift and change to what you want it to be, whatever your most ideal, comfortable place is. When you're far, far, far from home. So that's my question to all of you. One by one, I want you to describe what your room looks like as you walk in. So we will start right up at the top of my list, which is Felicity. So what does Lila and Belle's room look like?
Okay. Pinterest real fast. Okay. Oh, this is perfect. So, okay. It's perfect. So it's mostly like very clean, white, beige, a little bit of like gray colors. There's hints of gold. And it's got, I don't know how to describe it. It feels like a princess room. The bed's got like the curtain things.
Mm-hmm.
There's like really pretty chandeliers that are hanging. This one's epic. Oh my gosh. I'll just send it in a second, but I'm trying to describe it. But basically it's like Princess and the Pauper, the princess's room. Yep. And I'll send the picture.
Yeah, if you post that in Isles Private, I'll post it in the
Yeah.
chat.
Yeah, I got you. I mean, this is the bedroom, but the rest of the whole, I guess it'd be probably like a suite. This is the theming of the whole thing, but
Okay.
I like this one.
Alrighty. Oh wow, yeah, that is fancy. All right,
Wrinkle as fuck.
there you go. Alrighty, I'm going to move you back here. So, Lila, you can see you and Belle sort of share a look at each other, like, oh my god, and it's wonderful.
So then we move on to Gemma. What does Twig's room look like?
Okay. I feel like Lila's has a lot of bright vibes going on. I feel like Twigs is a little bit more of the opposite. I think a lot of the room, it has kind of darker woods and like kind of like paneling to it. And then I guess for a window that would be facing out, it's like a large like arched window, but it's kind of I guess like a tinted glass. So the light that comes in is, you know, softer, and it comes in, but it's not like a harsh lighting. It just gives like that very comfortable kind of late afternoon glow to the place. And Twig is totally the person that the bed isn't on the floor. It's like held up by a loft that has like the loft pillars themselves are like, you know, little trees, and so it kind of goes up into like one corner of the room or like one side of the room, and kind of makes this kind of enclosed little loft area for the bed that would have like I guess like a dark green kind of drapey cloth, I don't know what they're called, but you know what I'm talking about, like the fabric shit that goes around your bed. And so then on that lower level, I imagine, you know, it would just have some little bookcases spread around with like a really cozy, like just soft beanbag looking couches, you know, where it's just like one of those kind of couches that you can just melt yourself into. And so and then there's just like little potted plants just everywhere, like vines all up the like, you know, walls and all that shit. Like it just smells like dirt and earth. But yes.
Okay, alrighty, very cool. So that is Twig's room. Then we move on to Nalfian. Kayla, what does Nalfian's room look like?
I think Nalfian's room to start, he would have like a large window, kind of like floor to ceiling sized window. As someone who spent a really long time in perpetual darkness, he's somebody who very much enjoys sunlight. However, I think the walls would be darker, with probably a nice little, like, I don't know, floral print to it, but like a black. I found this image, I was like, this is a good vibe. He's the kind of guy who has to have like a really big bed. Like, he likes to spread. That sounds weird, okay, but he likes to spread out. He's huge bed in the middle, super comfortable, lots of pillows. He also would be the kind of person who just like, it's very minimal. There doesn't need to be a lot for him. It's like the bed, the sunlight, and then like maybe even like an extra large tub. Not quite a jacuzzi, but like a jacuzzi size. Like he can like soak in. And of course there's like a pull-up bar on the side somewhere. Just it's very light, it's very open, it's very minimalistic, but it's dark in places that it needs to be.
Joe.
What?
This is the room that entertains the ladies.
What?
No, I just...
He does have a lot of room for
You need a
activity.
big room, a big bed for all those activities.
I think it's so weird all the time.
Alrighty, wonderful.
Sorry.
It sounds like a delightful room to spend an evening in.
It is.
Yeah. So
For no one but him.
So with that, we move on to River. What does Eurydice's room look like?
You're muted if you're talking.
I noticed that now. Okay. I also have been just scrolling madly through Pinterest. So, Yuri's room is like, I feel like it's like a mix between Lila's and Twig's. It's like, it's incredibly bright. Like, again, big window, but any space that isn't covered by that light there's candles everywhere. There's just light everywhere. All the sheets on the bed are like white or like these like really light colors. the entire vibe is light wood and tones, and then like white, and just like it's all bright and beautiful. And then there are like controlled vines and plants around the place. Like it's giving the air of there's like plants and stuff, and it's nice, but they're controlled. It's got a very, very like homely vibe. You can tell that she's that kind of person. Let me find the picture. But yeah, just like loads and loads of candles, loads of light, and very just snug. There are probably lots of blankets and stuff around the place. And of course, Lucky's bed. Lucky needs a bed.
Oh yeah. So yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Lucky's even in this picture. Oh my god.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Oh yeah. Okay. All right. Wonderful. So then finally, last but not least, we move on to Yorick. Ryan, what does Yorick's room look like?
Yeah, so I just went to my imagination. I didn't go to Pinterest for this one. So basically, it's just this large... What? What? I don't do Pinterest. I'm sorry.
It's like, no, you don't need to. But it sounds like you think less of everybody that did go to Pinterest.
No, I'm just saying because I don't have a picture to post like everyone else does.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine.
Yeah, so it's very much these like dark wooden colors that like surround also of this very nice window and like balcony that heads out just to give a better view of the city. You know, master bed over like against one of the walls, but I mean it's just like if anyone else saw the room, it's like not well put together. There's just a bunch of random things that Yorick likes. Like if anyone walked in, they would see like his painting easel, they'd see a table that's reserved for his chess set. They would see like a little area for like playing cards. Like it's just all this amalgamation of like everything that Yorick does in his free time has somehow had like a individual spot put in here. There's a nice like fireplace where he has like some, you know, some spirits right there just for, you know, relaxing. And he's got all these nice paintings around the room just because, you know, Yorick likes his aesthetics. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And then a wide area for, you know, just kind of like an open area for like where he could like do his training and work out in the morning and at night.
Alrighty. Sounds good. Wonderful. So all of you, after maybe 10, 15 minutes of taking a little bit of time to drink it in and relax a little bit, unwind, just pause for a moment. Eventually, one by one, you guys do exit out of your rooms. And we'll say that... just because there are two of you, Felicity, because it's you and Belle, it's Lila and Belle, we'll just say that you guys have the shared common room. So
That's
you guys
great.
have like the two individual rooms and then the shared common room that where you guys can hang out when you're not sleeping or relaxing. And
Sounds good.
then that's where everybody can meet. So everybody exits their rooms and heads to where not Bianca, wow, Lila and Belle, Lila and Belle are staying, and you all enter. You see Lila's room, Lila and Belle's room, in the extravagance, the bright, open, beautiful room, and the equally vibrant common room where all of you can sit and chat. So all of you make your way into their room, and the rest of the time is yours. So you have this time to plan and discuss what your next steps are going to be.
Look, I know we were in a rush, but I like it here.
It's pretty rad, yeah.
The spa sounds nice. So he wants us to eat food, right? He said something about our senses coming back to us or something.
Lila. Oh my God, Lila. I did two wrong names before I said the right one that I wanted to say. Oh my God.
You got it.
Call her Umbra.
Lila.
There's another name.
Enid.
Enid.
Who?
Lila. As soon as you say that, and as soon as she does say that, the rest of you can kind of feel for the first time in a while your stomach begin to grumble. The sensation of hunger returns to you, and a little bit of dryness in the mouth, that thirst, the want to drink something. And not that you feel tired, but in a way that you haven't yet, you can feel your stamina beginning to sap just a little bit, where you'll probably need to sleep tonight, not just to rest your body, but actually to rest all of it, and to fully sleep or to fully go into your trance.
I mean, I heard everyone's stomachs growl, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
That might have just been me.
I could eat.
I would love to eat. I would love to spa.
Yes.
I would love to sleep.
So I'm hearing dinner.
I vote yes to dinner and spa and sleep and everything.
I third it.
I mean, it's not like we really can do much until he gets back to us anyway, so might as well build up our strength and enjoy ourselves a little bit. We've been working hard.
This is a productive, best thing we could be doing right now.
I agree. So basically the plan is relax until he can tell us where the item is, and then we need to figure out how to get his item from him. Right?
Right.
Cool.
Yeah.
We can take the time while we relax and eat to brainstorm ideas, or just sleep.
Wouldn't
Well,
hurt
I mean,
to.
I will say if he's lost the item, I surely imagine that there'd be a way that, I don't know, he could help us get it back.
Maybe.
I don't know. Like I said, I think we're going off of a lot of assumptions. I think until we hear exactly what's going on and what he wants out of it, it's going to be hard, you know?
Okay. All right. So, from what I'm hearing, if there's nothing else you guys want to discuss in the room, you're going to go get some food.
Yeah.
Just
Food,
self-care.
spa, just relax
This is
until
a
he
self-care
arrives.
day.
This is better than a picnic episode.
Okay.
Work on my tan.
So, all of you
Fucking
follow.
someone singing on a piano in the pool about turkeys. Oh.
All of you follow Frederick's instructions, and you head down a singular flight of stairs and head directly to your left until you get to what seems to be a Oh, that's not what I wanted. Sorry, I was trying to grab something here real quick. You make your way into a rather sizable dining area. You can see a hearth burning in the center to provide a general warmth and ambience to the room. You can still hear the sounds of nature churning outside, and you can see a collection of food preparation stations. It seems as though it's very much like a dining hall where you can go and you can go to whatever area or whatever type of food you want, and you can return to a table and eat it in the sort of shared general common room of food. You can hear within this area, there is music that is currently being played. It's just sort of there's a small stage in the very back of the room where you can see a collection of performers, not just plasmoids, but you can see a collection of individuals that are currently performing. Human, halfling, half-orc, as well as a genasi. You can see a small band of musicians, of bards, playing music and performing. One of the things that you notice in particular is that what seems to be the leader of the group that tells them what song to play next, the genasi man, you can see sort of eyebrows of fire and hair trimmed on the side with this fiery mane right down the middle, very similar to Nalfian's old hairstyle. Trendsetter you were, Nalfian, I suppose.
Oh, yeah?
You can see him wearing very fine, very decorative, nice, performative clothing, and you can see, tied around his neck, a cloak with many different colored patches cascading down his back. All of you would recognize that to be a gleeman, of all things, within the city of Radiance. You see him playing every once in a while. He might sing a song. And every once in a while, one of the female performers, she might sing one of the songs, but it just depends. As you enter, the smells that hit you are the next thing you notice. There are probably 9 or 10 different areas where you can get food. Each one for different regions or locations in the world. You can see that there is food specific to Calderaz or Cartasia. You can see that there's food specific for the Gemstone Archipelago, of Afera, of Theral, of Iverion, of the Salamander Coast. You can see that there is a collection of plasmoids behind these areas, prepping and preparing this food for you to eat. So my next question is, with the palette of the world, with the material plane at your disposal, what meal does your character go and get?
Okay, but only material plane?
You know what? I mean, it's a little bit down a ways, but it's in the same dining hall. You could get things that are a little bit more unique to the Astral Sea, if you wanted to.
Okay.
Okay.
I only say this because my thinking was just like, I want to see whatever the fuck they eat in the Feywild. Is there any of that shit there? Because I think would be good shit.
No.
No.
Okay. So, yeah.
It'll probably taste good, but...
If you make your way down a little bit further, you can find an area that seems to be preparing food, specially prepared based off of recipes gathered from the Feywild. So we'll start with Twig. Since you're looking for food for the Feywild, you're not looking for a specific meal. You're just looking to eat something different and good.
I say this just because I feel like with the Feywild being all, magic plant whimsy shit, I feel like, that'd be the better place for Twig to look as someone that's vegetarian, to find some cool new veggie fruit things, whatever the shit. And I feel like it'd be fun, and that's why I ask.
No,
But yes, I want something fun and cool.
I'm picking up what you're putting down, believe me.
Yeah.
So there are 2 main courses that seem to be the 2 main things that these plasmoids are preparing. There is a Feywild equivalent of a tossed salad that is prepared from flora and fauna and different vegetables grown specifically in the Feywild. It is it's like fireworks on a plate. The leaves of green that would be like lettuce or spinach are constantly shifting and changing in color, and you can see that there is what looks to be almost like grass, long strands of grass that would almost look like noodles. Yes. But you can see they are shifting and changing in color as well. On top of that, it's seasoned with these spices that are specifically grown in the Feywild. So that's dish number 1. This hyper colorful salad. However, the other option, the primary entree here, is, have you ever seen The Lion King?
Oh,
You know in Hakuna Matata when they lift up the log and there's all those grubs?
I don't know if Twig would eat grubs. I think that's a weird grey area for her.
Well, here's the thing. You can see these grubs, they almost look like gummies. They are bright, they are transparent, they are wiggling and writhing. They look delicious. It looks like candy. So those are your 2 options. Firework salad or gummy bugs.
But they like actual bugs though, is the thing. I don't know if we could do it. Too much about bitch of these things. But to me, I'm just I am that bitch that I've always wanted to eat those bugs from the Lion King. I am not ashamed to admit.
So I mean, I guess the thing is they would be living creatures that are from the Feywild.
Yeah.
So
yeah. I think
yeah.
Twig couldn't do that. I think she'd absolutely go for the salad then. And hey, it's fun and multicolored.
It is.
So
it is like I said, and eating it is the same way. It's kind of like
Fuck yeah.
You've never had Pop Rocks, I'm sure. No, of course not. Okay, all right. So, so Pop Rocks are a type of candy that when they react to like the saliva in your mouth, they actually like.
Oh wait,
pop.
actually, yeah.
Popping candy.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I see you.
It is like that, but instead of like getting a pop of like sugar or just like that sensation, like it is like a pop of like vegetable or fruit flavor. It's like it's like, you know how pineapple is like. You don't know what gushers are. Why do I keep referencing American candy?
I mean,
but like, you know, when you eat a pineapple and you bite down on it and there's that explosion of juice? Like everything in this salad gives sensation like that, where it's almost overwhelming to a degree. It's delicious, but it's like every bite of a leaf or of a vegetable or of a spice is this explosion in your mouth of flavor.
Oh yeah. Twig is living.
It's delightful, yeah. Twig, you set down your big old bowl of salad, and it's a party. It is. There's EDM music coming from inside the salad.
Perfect.
So Twig, you begin to eat your your delicious and actively and very colorful salad. So now we'll move down the list now that Twig has her thing, her incredibly unique piece of food. Lila.
Yeah, I think she would still like. I think it's a little bit different than what she normally gets because when she was at home, everyone saw her eating like all these imported things and stuff. And this is still would have been imported from when she was home, but her mom, who used to travel like north a lot, especially up to the Salamander Coast kind of area, I think she would have, and like I don't know what specifically. I was just looking up like traditional dishes, but I think she would have like in the material plane section of this little buffet, like dumplings that kind of look like they could have been, or like the recipe may have been from Bella Clara. So even though those were like definitely like imported and still like rich people food, because like that wasn't regular, that was like her comfort food. So she's like, yeah, I'm gonna have some Bella Clara dumplings.
Okay, very nice. Yeah, like some like pierogies. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Delicious. Yeah, you find those. You can find them either steamed or fried, whichever one suits her flavor palette. And both stuffed with different things, whether it be bits of small bacon or just like baked potato. It's either way, it's delicious. Very much exactly what you remember them being like. What about? Forgot who was next on the list. We got explosive rainbow salad from Twig. Nalfian. What's Nalfian's dish? Where's he getting it from?
I mean, now being a little does like a little something spicy, so maybe a whole peruse. I remember correctly, Afera does spice well. Or is that gemstone?
Gemstone more so.
Not that kind of spice. Get out of here, Ryan. Okay, well then we're going to the gemstone archipelago.
Okay. So you see that there's two main servings within the Gemstone Archipelago. One is what looks to be a large hunk of meat from a pig that has been sort of cut up and shredded to different degrees, and there's this very spicy, tangy sauce that has been mixed with it and put on this.
Sandwich right
yes, it is. Remember, everybody got so mad at me.
I remember you were going off in an Afera episode just describing. Fucking pulled pork sandwiches.
Yep. So there is that as an option, but then you can also see that there is this grilled spicy pineapple that is like has the black char marks. It is perfectly cooked and roasted, and there is a collection of this bright orange and yellow, gold and black spice that has been rubbed onto the pineapple.
All of it. Both items.
All right, both items. You get a pulled pork sandwich, some fried pineapple. You slam it on your plate.
He's a growing boy. He needs all the food.
All righty, wonderful.
I'll burn those off later.
Okay. All righty. River, what is Eurydice looking for?
I feel like she's not traveled a hell of a lot, apart from like being with the party and had weird foods. I think she's gonna go and see Cartasia. Right, that's a place.
Ooh, yes, it is. So one of the main things that you'll find in Cartasia is Cartasia has a lot of very spicy food, like very spicy. So you're gonna find things like curry there, but you'll also find one of their main delicacies is fried lizard and fried bug. Those are like the two halves. So either some type of fried small desert animal prepared with spices and like heavily crusted, or like these thick and spicy soups, these curries.
Okay. I feel like she is fine with like spice. I feel like she's okay. So she'll grab like definitely some of that.
You see,
some of the curry and...
you see the plasmoid that like serves it for you. He says, if I may ask, would you like it authentic or would you like it for a more refined palate?
Are you asking me if I want it to be hotter or less hot?
Yes, less hot is refined palate, and authentic is very spicy.
How confident is Eurydice?
It's a great question.
You know what? No. Yeah, she doesn't want to seem uncultured. We'll just go with the authentic one.
Okay.
And she's also gonna get like a couple of the fried bugs, mostly so she can give them to Lucky and see what he thinks.
Oh yeah, all right, cool. Feed your dog at the table. I love it. So you
He gets to sit at the table. Are you kidding me?
So you grab the items and you receive authentic. Eurydice, upon eating it, just make a Constitution check for me, not a saving throw.
Yeah, no, I knew that was coming. Her con isn't bad.
Yeah, I believe you.
Hold on. Where's my con? It's +2.
Hey, there we go.
Yeah, Eurydice, you can handle your spice.
Hey.
In this moment, it is spicy. It is very spicy, but not so much where you're like milk, like not like that. You're fine. It's hot though.
Nice.
It's pretty hot.
Yeah.
Lucky also likes the bugs a lot. They're crunchy.
Oh, good for him. All right.
Alrighty. Wonderful. And last but not least, Yorick.
One of everything. No.
Yorick is like that Key and Peele sketch, like continental breakfast, where he's like,
Yeah.
"Oh, hello, Belgium."
Danishes from Germany. like whatever he says.
Yeah, it's all nonsense, but yeah, I get you.
No, I imagine he's like going around. I think that he passes Twig and just grabs a bug while she's looking at him and just throws it in his mouth while he's filling up his plate. I think he passes the Afera table and he's like, "Is that a heart? Huh, that's interesting."
The plasmoid.
Authentic, baby.
Yes,
Authentic.
it is very authentic.
Oh, where'd you get that? You know what? Never mind. Not important.
It's not
Let's go on.
human.
That's good. Anyways, but I imagine he'd get like some seafood from the Salamander Coast.
Ooh, yeah.
I imagine they get a lot of really good seafood there.
Mm-hmm.
Some like Tarkirian wine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Maybe like some boar from Afera. They got boar, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, and then just a bunch of miscellaneous sides from everywhere. And he'll come back with like 3 plates to the table.
You set them down, and all of you begin to eat away at your meals. They are delicious. They are fulfilling. It's been a long time since you've eaten for the purpose of because you were hungry, right? And that's what all of you feel right now. You feel hungry, and you eat because you are. The food is delicious. It is well prepared, and it's unlike, for some of you, it's unlike anything you've ever had before. You continue to eat until eventually the plates are cleared. And then, as I understand it, did all of you want to go down one more floor and just be at the spa until you were called by the Radiant Dread?
I mean, did he give us any idea of how long he'd be?
He said he would reach out when he's ready.
Lila will be going to the spa.
Yeah,
Spa time.
Sure,
Fuck yeah.
why not?
Yes, spa time.
Alrighty.
Look, he needs his paws, like he needs his little like claws painted.
All right. So all of you head down one more floor. You can see there are several plasmoids down here that direct you to either private bathing areas, communal spas. They direct you to where you can find towels, where you can receive like hot rock massages. Like there are so many degrees of pamper and care here. That is unlike anything any of you have really ever experienced before, outside of maybe Lila from a very few family vacation that you maybe would have taken to like Thoral. So you all rest and relax. You spend the time in the spa that you need to sort of untangle some of those muscles or to relax and breathe. And eventually, I'd say maybe after 2 or 3 hours of rest and relaxation, right as you can feel yourself beginning to get a little tired, maybe around like 8, 9 o'clock, after having been up since, 6 or 7 a.m., you can feel yourself starting to get a little tired. And at that point, you can see Frederick returns, as all of you are probably just sitting around the communal spa, just talking and chit-chatting with each other. And he says, hello, everyone. I'm very sorry to interrupt your relaxation time, but I did want to let you know that as soon as all of you are ready, no rush, the Radiant Dread will see you at the 5 Pillars. Whenever you are ready. But please, take your time.
And the 5 Pillars is,
Yes, and you can see that he would be pointing in the general direction of number 1.
he wants us to meet him there, huh?
That looks like a place to fight people. That's a Kayla thought. That's a Kayla thought.
Thank you so much, Frederick.
Yes, of course.
We'll be heading out soon.
Is there anything else you'll be needing from me?
I think we've got plenty, like more than enough, honestly. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. By the way, I wanted to let you know that there is somebody who requested to see you as soon as you get the chance. I believe you may have met him before. His store is permanent in the city of Radiance, but he would assure me that all of you would know him by the name Merchant.
Hey.
Oh my.
Who?
Yeah, I don't know if I know him.
Oh,
You will.
Yes, yeah.
Good
Oh.
friend.
This is very good. His permanent store is located within the city of Radiance, right at the central marketplace. The 5 Pillars, they call it the mortal marketplace. It's number 8. You almost said number 8. So, of course, if you would wish to stop there at some time, I believe he would be quite happy to see you. There was something he wanted to mention about having finally procured a dung beetle armor for a larger chap. I'm assuming that must be you then, right? Looking to you, York.
You're just slowly. He looks to Nalfine as if it like, you fucking pranking me right now? You fucking commissioned someone to make dung beetle armor, I'll fucking kill you.
Not me, not me.
Yeah, York just like shrugs like, not me.
Oh, very well. That's fine. Well, if there is nothing else that many of you will be needing, you can go to the 5 Pillars whenever you are ready, and the Radiant Dread will speak to you there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Frederick.
Thank you.
Of course. And remember, if you need anything else, please do not hesitate to ask any of the plasmoids that work within the House of Hospitality. Very well. Well,
Will do, man.
have a great rest of your evening, and a wonderful day tomorrow. Farewell. You can see Frederick, he fixes his little glasses and he walks away to check on some of the other guests within the House of Hospitality. You have been able to see that there are others in this place. Most of them seem to be adventurers like yourselves. Some of them you may recognize just from stories you may or may not have heard about adventurers that are fairly old now. There's some recognition there, but you're not exactly sure if they are those people. But these are obviously individuals that have some type of renown to them. However, as you're leaving, all of you do see, right, exiting the House of Hospitality to head to the 5 Pillars, you can see that there is one person entering the House of Hospitality. A person that, at least initially, none of you recognize. You can see a woman, deep red skin, curled horns, and you can see on her back there is a pair of leathery-like wings that sort of fold into each other. She wears solid blackened steel plate, a warrior like yourselves. And you can see that she walks side by side with a collection of 6 other heavily armored individuals. You can see a similar angel leading them along their way. As the group of you pass, she looks to all of you with a smile. You can see 2 fanged teeth, 2 fanged canines sticking out a little bit more than the rest. She smiles to all of you and then continues walking on her path. And there are 2 things that happen. Most of the party can recognize that this isn't just a tiefling. This is definitely some type of devil or demon, some type of fiend. 2 things happen, like I said. Yorick, you can feel a small connection, a small tether. You're not exactly sure what, but you believe that you have a feeling that you are connected to that person in some way, shape, or form. It's just one of those instincts that you have.
Okay.
It's not positive. You can tell that there is some type of negative energy in the weave that is permeating to you right now. But she greets you with a smile as she walks past. The second thing is Eurydice. The aura that emanates off this devil is similar to something you felt before. This is different, for sure, but it's similar. You know that this is not him. You're positive it's not. This isn't Osmodeus. But that proud nature, that regal walk, that smile that says in every way, I'm better than you, is incredibly recognizable. Greeting all of you with a smile, very kind and polite, and then continues walking forward into the House of Hospitality. And you can see as some of you do turn around to follow where they go, Frederick does greet them with a smile and gestures them off to the East Wing as opposed to the West Wing. As all of you exit the House of Hospitality, headed towards the 5 Pillars, you think more on who this woman could possibly be, and if she may be a problem for your current plans. You also think of what your meeting with the Radiant Dread will entail, and why you're meeting at the 5 Pillars. And on that note, that is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session. Hell yeah, dude. So, thanks for watching, everybody. Hope you enjoyed. Be sure to tune in tomorrow for Buried Time, or next Tuesday for the continuation of the Adventures of the Salamander Coast. I am extremely excited for Tuesday because Tuesday's going to be a little spicy. A lot. There's going to be some familiar faces on Tuesday, specific NPCs that I don't think anybody anticipated coming back up, and a couple of moments that I hope the runaways are ready for. Or tune in on Wednesday as we have a picnic episode. Kind of. It's a boat picnic. Is that a different thing? I don't know. It's going to be cute. And it's going to be fun. And I'm sure nothing sad will happen at all. It's a cruise. Yeah. Or next Saturday for the continuation of the drama that is to unvolve Unvolve? Unravel.
Drama?
Unravel.
Unravel. Unvolve. Here. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.